Okay.
I gawked at all of the Twitter reactions of people being like, oh god,
Yeah.
this is so miserable. It's like, if someone else wants to watch it for me, that's great. I have baseball to be mad about.
Right,
whatever.
sure. Yeah, I was too busy watching L.A. Park versus Dr. Wagner Jr. to actually watch the debate.
I have Ladies Legend Pro Wrestling shows from 1999 that I'd like to watch more than these dying men.
Is that what that stands for? Ladies Legend Pro Wrestling?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew. All right, you want to do the podcast?
Yeah, let's do the podcast.
Welcome to Wrestling is Gross. My name is Bucky.
My name is Siobhan. Episode 100.
We did it. Hundo.
We did it.
100, 100, 100, 100, 100.
Everyone fucking believed in us.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that nobody didn't believe in us, but at the same time, you know, if you learn anything from us, our great presidents, it's to constantly create the narrative that nobody believed in you.
Say we were going to do a lot of episodes. We're going to do a great many of episodes. How many episodes do you think we've done? 100. 100? Yeah. They're numbered. You can look at it. You can scroll through the feed. It's really quite incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we haven't done 100 yet. What if this one doesn't go very well? Then we'll still be at 99, right?
Yeah.
99 was good for folks.
99 was a classic episode.
I think people enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed it.
Enjoyed it.
Shout out to Bad Max.
Shout out to Bad Max. It's so fucked up to learn that fucking David Starr isn't a real Max.
I mean, look, middle names are legitimate.
They're legitimate enough, but Charles.
Yeah, he also probably felt the need to rebrand after what happened.
It's fair.
That was really disturbing.
Let's not be fair to him, but it is fair that I understand it.
That was a crazy revelation. Those pictures, I forget who shared that. The pictures, if you haven't seen, folks, welcome to Wrestling is Gross, episode 100, Hundo. If you haven't seen, folks, the abusive former fantastic wrestler.
The product,
I was a
Starr.
fan. Yeah, I was a fan. The product, David Starr. I was quite a big fan, actually. He is now competing in bodybuilding competitions, and he looks great.
He looks. I mean, here's the thing that's really unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
With his like balding, sort of like Hogan hair and his mustache, he has like a real Effie vibe.
Oh yeah,
that's not good. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, the Effie vibe. No, he's still on Twitter or X app. He's still at the product DS.
He's good on the X app, the everything app.
Yeah, right. He's really good at X app. Wasn't that one of his subtitles?
Yeah.
God, yeah, that whole business where he had all the names.
No, his bodybuilding photo. Because here's the thing, everybody's bodybuilding look is terrible because they're all dehydrated and shit. Mm-hmm. But he just looks so fucking freaky.
Yeah, he looks crazy. This is a like a progress, and that's not progress. Not this is progress, but the progress picture of his.
Like he's so covered in bronzer and.
I mean, he's got to be, right? That's part of the deal. His tattoo, that's that little, that tattoo he's got, it looks kind of like the Major League Baseball logo, but it's something.
It's the shape of Pennsylvania.
Oh, cool. What's kind of, okay. Oh, it is I see it now. Now I see it.
Yeah, I didn't realize that for a while. Then I'm like, oh, I guess that's Pennsylvania.
Is that where he's from? I guess I didn't.
He's a Philly guy, unfortunately.
Okay. God, I'm watching his body transform now. So, folks, check that out.
He looks like a Man Ray photo or something. It's got like it's got a genuine like 30s surrealist vibe.
Man Ray photo. That's very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does kind of. It's definitely surrealist. Oh.
It's like this weird thing where you're like, I don't know what. I just don't understand this man. And maybe I'm okay with that.
This person replied, Wesley Spicer, who has like a default avatar, like the white background with just like the head and the torso. WWSPIC. Well, that's not good. WWSPIC 36.
Oh boy.
It says Wesley
not
Spicer.
Good at all.
He says, "Oh, you look so good. That hairy chest looks amazing too."
I mean, if he's trying to fucking reclaim something, that's up to him.
And then there's another, yes, good for him. There's another reply from, it's Lonely Devon, or Lonely Devlin. It's a picture of Finn Balor and Jordan Devlin. What's his name now?
JD McDonough.
JD McDonough with the tag team titles. And I don't know why he just replied with that. But that's
unpleasant. This giant, this like fucking boy with his giant head.
The boy with the giant head, Billy Quiz Boy.
I was gonna say this Billy Quiz Boy ass.
Oh, why is it? How does his head get so big? This is very strange guy.
Apparently, the David Starr tattoo is the United States amateur wrestling like a logo, but it superimposed into just like
over
Pennsylvania
shape. Interesting. Yeah, God, there's a lot of you can't avoid the Biden faces at this point, right? Mm-hmm. Malfunction. Yeah, poor guy. It really is sad that the country is dying.
Oh, it's dying.
I mean, it's not sad. It's funny, but it's just painful to watch at times.
It's dying around us. That's unpleasant.
Yeah.
And it's also not dying in a way where there's any control over the situation being exercised by, people who have like goals in mind to make things better. It's more like just a horrifying fucking collapse.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing, is looking around and being like, so is anybody going to do anything about any of this? And the answer is no, and it's just like, oh, okay. All right, cool. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. The country's dying.
It's dead, yeah.
It's kind of funny, but it's also kind of sad.
Yeah.
The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had.
Yes, indeed. So welcome to the podcast, folks. Welcome to episode 100, titled HUNDO, HUNDO, all caps, which is short for 100.
Yeah, it's short for Jimmy Hundo Lion.
That's right. Shouts out. He's good wrestler. So we're going to do matches. We're going to do, as we do on the show, we talk about wrestling matches. We've got 6 of them. Right? Yeah, we've got 6 of them. This is going to be a long one. Probably not. I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to be the same length as literally every other episode. And what we tried to do was boil it down to, what do we do? What do we do here? Who do we like? And what's our big, like, greatest hit sort of stuff? And so we came up with these. It's not that interesting, I guess, now that I said it.
They're just pretty good. Just like
that's what we did for 50, right? What do we like?
Yeah.
What's the lineup for episode 50? Let's just go ahead and fucking figure this out.
You got Low-Key versus Samoa Joe.
Right. Okay, that was on 50.
Brain Damage versus Joker.
Okay.
Brock Lesnar versus John Cena. And something else. Dynamite Kansai versus Mayumi.
Yeah. How did you had all that by memory?
Yes.
That is absurd, man.
I looked at that not that long ago, but yeah.
Yeah, so what was that? That was 3.5 years ago. So we got to 50 a lot faster. We got to 50 in 2 years. It took us another 3.5 years to get to 100, but that's okay, because the quality of the show has just been getting better and better. Everybody thinks so. We all agree.
Yeah.
So mirroring that, Low-Key and Samoa Joe, we're gonna do. This is Low-Key versus the Necro Butcher, IWA Mid-South, April 1st, 2006.
We're No Joke show.
We're No Joke. But it was April Fool's Day. Is that the joke?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope Ian didn't book like any. I mean, Ian wasn't a comedy match kind of guy. That's sort of pre-comedy match like booking where it's like you just got to have Colt on or whatever. But
I mean, he had. Have you ever seen Delirious versus CM Punk from the year before this? The hour-long comedy match.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He would do or like there's that tag with Candido that was listed as the funniest match in IWA history.
I don't know if I ever saw that.
Yeah. So there would be comedy stuff in there, but it's more like I don't know. I think that the comedy match has become like a perverse concept, basically.
Well, yeah, this is early days of like Chikara's only a few years in here, and it's So this is you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This match didn't do it for me like it used to.
That's interesting. I thought it was as good as ever.
I hated that. I hated that I felt that way. I did really enjoy it, but it was just not. And I hate to start we didn't talk about an order. We're doing them in the order that I have them listed in the document, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay. But this was just like, I don't know. It just didn't hit for me quite as hard as I remember it hitting. When I go back and watch Necro versus Joe, it's still the great match. It's still the greatest thing ever. But for whatever reason, this one, I don't know.
Is it because there's a lack of blood?
I kept waiting for somebody to bleed, but no.
He's not going to bleed.
No, I didn't expect him to, but I don't know. It just felt a little, I mean, it's very simplistic. This match is very, like, almost minimalist, right? And so it also, I think maybe it makes it harder for me to take notes on it, and maybe that didn't help it.
Yeah. You're looking at it from a critical analysis perspective, but not one that's pure just how good is this match exactly. It's like, how does this match provide a portrait of these two men and the moment in which it takes place?
Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing, right? By this point, I had largely stopped watching wrestling. I didn't see this match until probably 2011. Probably about 2011. And it was a favorite of, So Good to Kaida guys and like Wrestling KO. I probably found it through them, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm longtime Necro Butcher fan, longtime Low-Key fan, just like you. A matchup that you... Similar to Necro Joe, a match that you don't think of when you first see the Necro Butcher, because, he was a deathmatch guy, and the idea of him wrestling these incredible brawls with non-deathmatch guys didn't really pop into your brain until they started doing it.
Yeah, it didn't seem like a thing that would just happen.
It didn't seem like a thing that anybody would book. It didn't seem... And Necro had such a reputation for being such a maniac that I just wouldn't expect, like, what do? You call Low-Key and get him, like, what, how do you, first of all, how do you get his number?
Yeah.
Like, all right, so taking it back. Low-Key, not an IWA Mid-South guy by any means. How many matches did Low-Key have in IWA Mid-South? Do you have any idea?
I would say probably 15.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. I'm going to see if I can bring that up real fast on Cage Match. He just doesn't seem... He's only 44 years old. It's crazy. What's he been up to, Low-Key? Have you seen it? When was the last time you saw a Low-Key match?
I saw him versus fucking Bobby Fish from a wrestling convention last year, which was okay.
Bobby shit.
Yeah, Bobby Fish was Bobby Fish, but I didn't think he looked amazing in it either. But whatever.
He wrestled...
It was a convention.
Convention
match.
show, yeah, sure.
It's like you're not going to kill yourself for that.
That's a house show. Yeah. Vikingo at House of Glory. I bet that was good. That seems like a great opponent for Vikingo. Honestly, like a guy that I know you don't like very much, and I like maybe just a little more than you.
He had 23 matches for IWA Mid-South.
I knew you'd be able to figure this out faster than I could.
But this is his second match for them. 2006 is his main year for them, basically. And really, he only wrestles for them in 2 years, actually.
Oh, sure.
He wrestles for them in 06 and 07.
Because he had burned bridges other places, right? So
Yeah.
now it's time to go with Ian, right?
Like, yeah, like he already wrestled his last ever Ring of Honor match at that point, which
That's
seems
so
fucking
crazy.
insane.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Looks like he's wrestled one match this year. Is that right? Or I'm on the match guy.
Yeah, he wrestled for Alpha, I guess.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's not VXV then.
No.
I mean, it's VXV, but it's different. It's not the same VXV. R.I.P. Absolute Andy and Bad Bones John Klinger, of course. It's been really crazy. All those guys died for that.
Yeah,
company.
I wonder if there's like, if there's some sort of weird connection, because there was crap, I can't remember his name, who died a little after the pandemic started, but it was like a cancer, and it's like, yeah, maybe that area just has like toxic chemicals or some shit. I was thinking of like how there's a bunch of Philadelphia Phillies who all died of a very rare form of brain cancer, and it seems like it was actually the chemical makeup of the artificial turf used in Veterans Stadium that did it. And you're like, yeah, okay, maybe that also happened somehow in
VXV. You think in the Turbine and Hala, they've got bad water or whatever? It's very possible.
I don't know, but I'm like, it's entirely possible that there's something weird happening there that nobody is aware of.
Well, R.I.P. to those members of the Phillies, as well as the Absolute Andy.
Yeah, it was Karsten Beck.
Beck, right? Karsten Beck, Absolute Andy. Bad Bones John Klinger. Very sad. Low key, obviously great in his couple of VXV.
Oh, yeah.
Where he hit the sick kick, right? I think was he the one who did the sick kick?
No, it was Walter did the sick kick, and fucking Alan Forel was like, I've never seen a move like that before in my life, and I was so fucking pissed off.
Yeah, it comes up all the time. It's very funny.
I mean, Kia's working like IWA Deep South and shit.
Really?
Yeah,
in 07?
In 07, yeah. He works against Brain Damage in Pelham, Alabama.
I bet that's really good.
In between a match...
Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that, but I do know it's on tape. In between a match featuring Freak Show, Insane Lane, and Tank as the main event, and right before the key match, you have Larry Sweeney and Mitch Ryder versus Bullet Bob and Brad Armstrong. All those guys are dead.
Damn.
For the record, which is not fun.
Oh, man, that's so true.
Yeah, I mean, at least Bob was old.
Yeah, but he was the last one alive, wasn't he?
No, wait, maybe.
God, sad shit.
It might. Yeah, he outlasted Mitch by 3 weeks.
Sorry to laugh.
No, it's weird though. Yeah,
it is weird. All right, so that'll bring us back to IWA Mid-South in April of 2006. The commentator who isn't Prazak, do you know who it is?
Ben Jordan.
Okay.
And Jim Fannin.
Of course. Good to hear him. I got excited. The other Ben Jordan says that it's the first of 2 main events. We would find out later that the other main event was Chris Hero versus Milano Collection AT.
That's a very. I mean, that's like a fun pair of matches because they're not gonna nobody's gonna confuse those 2 matches or anything. They can't overshadow each other.
For sure.
That's a classic Ian booking.
A double main event should have 2 very different main events. If you're gonna say that's a great choice. Apparently, Low-Key beat the shit out of Tyler Black last week.
That match is available
debut
on YouTube, as far as I know, and I'm like, I don't think I've actually watched it, but it's just goddamn Seth Rollins. But that's
Seth Rollins versus Caval.
Yeah, but the idea of Low-Key just beating the shit out of him is obviously very fun.
Sounds fun, yeah. That sets this up. Ian, I guess, because Ian is obsessed with Tyler Black at this point.
Yeah.
And so I guess the thing here is that Ian wants Necro to go get revenge on Low-Key for beating up his golden boy, which is, hey, it works for me. Necro comes out to the magnificent Morocco music, which is, I think it's probably some kind of classical standard, right?
Yeah.
It's like, Macho Man's music is the whatever, pomp and circumstance. Do you know what the song is?
Was this what Necro came out to?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Well, it's the music that the magnificent Don Morocco comes out to at WrestleMania 4. I know that, so that's what I immediately thought of. And then Loki's music it sort of opens with his old like Mortal Kombat music, which is it from Mortal Kombat, or is it just does it just sound like the KMFDM Mortal Kombat soundtrack?
It might be the Mortal Kombat. We know he's a fighting games guy.
Right. But then it transitions to something, like a little more hood. Like I don't know what it was, but it was cool. Loki comes out, sneaks around through the crowd, and attacks Necro from behind. And then the ring is just covered in yellow and black streamers. Like a ton of fucking streamers.
It's a ton of streamers. Looks awesome.
What the hell? Like, where'd they come from?
Yeah, like, did fucking... Who lost a paycheck because Ian decided to break out on the streamer budget?
One of the Tomasellis did not get paid on this show. And he had to go shop for them himself.
For the record, it is the... Jesus Christ Superstar?
Oh, it's Jesus. Okay. That's funny.
Sure,
of course it is.
Composed by Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Sure, of course. I feel very silly now. Well, that's what Magnificent Morocco came out to at WrestleMania 4, so...
Yeah, and this was the promotion that most loved referring to Necro as Deathmatch Jesus, obviously.
Sure. And
I can't imagine I imagine that Eric Gargiulo did, but I can't hear it in my head. That's Deathmatch Jesus, John. Like, no, that just sounds wrong. Maybe it's just because he's such a Catholic boy.
Yeah, no, he doesn't feel comfortable. Yeah, those people are freaks, man. So they have all these streamers in the ring, and they chop each other for a bit. Loki hits an enziguri, does his ape pose, which he, what the hell is that thing? It's so funny. He's got such a weird vibe to him, and here he's like growing out the hair a little bit. So
he's got the hair going, yeah.
He looks so scary and weird. And then Necro, of course, has the heaviest hands of all, and so he does the chops, and they don't pop like the low-key chops do, but you could see the impact. You could see.
He doesn't have the arm speed, but he has like he's just throwing like 2x4s as fucking. So it's fine.
Yeah, and you can tell he's laying it in, maybe even more than you like. Not that he ever held back, really, but he's laying it in. And then Loki immediately shows that he's going to do the same because he does these like little casual stomps to Necro's face, and he's just really laying him in, like following through. A pro wrestling stomp, you stop, you make contact, and then you pull your foot back. It's not what he's doing at all.
Nope.
He's trying to kick through Necro's head. And then they go on the floor. The crowd seems very close. This is a great crowd, like very loud, very packed,
very into it.
Like just people everywhere, and they seem really close. Seems like the front row is right up against the fucking ring, basically. And they almost seem determined to get in the fucking way at certain points. And then Key has his awesome kicks to the chest. Necro responds with like a backhand, like a backhand.
Yeah.
And then Loki comes back with like a spinning back fist, and then he does a capo kick on the floor, which you don't often see people do a capo kick like on a basketball gymnasium floor.
No.
So that was cool. Necro ends up in a chair. Key drop kicks him out, and Necro's doing his classic sell where he's on his knees trying to punch a guy who isn't there, right?
Yeah.
And but then he comes back with those awesome punches to the ribs where he just goes left, right, and sometimes it's an open hand, sometimes it's an actual punch, but they all make these incredible contact and like the music of it. It's very Necro is not a guy that like his strikes never felt choreographed.
No.
But they're rhythmic in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he feels like he's just operating on the natural, like, rhythm of a fight, but he doesn't feel like he has combinations like that. Like,
it's bluesy.
Not to say rehearsed combinations, but how like a boxer rehearses a combination, obviously.
Right. It's bluesy. So it's like the Allman Brothers know the song, but they might fuck around a little bit here and there, It's good. And he is
Necro's out there jamming.
He's jamming, yeah. He's absolutely jamming. He kicks low-key, like, in the kidney sort of area with his bare foot, and it's not the hardest he could possibly kick him, but it's enough that it's like, wow. And just the big bare feet, too. That's the other thing. Necro always barefooted in this era. And something about the barefoot kicks that just they hit differently, you know.
Yeah.
And then a single headbutt throws him back in. And then the other thing about this is the commentators are almost entirely silent for long periods in this. Maybe because they can't see, maybe because they simply
can't see a goddamn thing. No.
Maybe they just don't know what to say. Also, but yeah, the crowd standing. That was the thing about the old IWA, the Clarksville building, was they were up on they had to climb a ladder, but they'd sit on that perch.
They had a crow's nest.
The crow's nest, yeah. That one time Dave Prazak did a moonsault off of. Have you ever seen that?
I believe so.
It's like a 10-man tag on night 2 of the 03 King of the Death, and it's like a bunch of the people who got eliminated. The first night, like Nate Webb's there, and then there's like, you know, the work rate guys like Delirious is in it or whatever, like those guys.
Yeah.
And it's tons of fun. They have a dive train off of that crow's nest, including Dave Prazak doing a moonsault onto 8 guys. It's fucking awesome. At least I remember it being a moonsault. Maybe it's just a dive, but I feel like it's a moonsault. Feel free to correct me, folks. At wrestlingisgross@gmail.com. Put the word corrections in the subject line. And I will read it on air.
Love emails.
Yeah. So they Necro tries to suplex Key from the apron over the top to the floor, but low-key knees him in the head, drop kicks him to the floor. I expected Necro to take like the Nesty plunge bump there, but he didn't. He just sort of hops down safely, which made me think, oh, this is going to be like a longer match. If he's not bumping all the way, like that's the one where he at XPW show last year, where Alex Colon gave him like a sunset flip from inside out.
Yeah.
Like, a la Rob Van Dam and Jerry Lynn, but with no table there, just onto the floor. And it took like 10 minutes for him to get back in the ring and continue the match. But he did. And then, I don't know, do we know how he got hurt in Japan? Do we know what he did?
I think we have that match recorded, but I don't know. I haven't seen it, obviously.
Well, Big Japan footage is hard to come by these days.
He fucked up his pelvis or something?
Yeah, I guess I just assumed it was like off on a bump off the apron to the floor, because it feels like that's the thing that's going to do a man eventually. So here in 2006, to see him just kind of hop down safely was like, oh, okay, good. Preserving yourself for the next, 18 years of your career.
Yeah.
God, it's crazy, 18 years. It's crazy he's still going.
I mean, there's been some time off in there, but still, yeah.
Right. I mean,
it's hard to argue.
Same with Loki. Loki's also taking a lot of time off here and there too. So,
going into the fucking voice acting business and such.
Oh, sure. And Necro also went to Hollywood, as we well know.
Oh yeah.
And then let's see, Key kicks him in the shoulder. Necro bends over, and Key kicks him right in the head, and this is like a knockout sort of kick on the floor. There's one black guy in the audience, and he's wearing a blazer, and he's yelling, "Kill him!" to Loki.
Yeah, this dude's... Yeah, I love that dude. That dude is great. That's a hell of a good fan.
He stuck out. I mean, you can't miss him. I was like, is that a fan, or is that Loki's manager? I was like, for real, for a second. Like, what is that? This guy's awesome. Uncharacteristic crowd member for IWA, for sure. And
this is outside Chicago. It's like, this could attract... It's a little different from the...
Where is this, though? For
Midlothian.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so it's Cook County.
Man, it's so crazy that they ran shows in 2010 in, like, the town next to Peoria. They ran King of the Deathmatch in Belleville. And it's like, that would be a 10-minute drive. Belleville? Yeah, that's what it's called. It's where the airport's
the sort of IWA Mid-South territory, for lack of a better way to put it, is very funny. Like, there's a lot of shows that are in more or less the Chicagoland combined statistical area, which is very funny. Because we're gonna let's count Peoria within that,
sure.
But also just like Joliet, which is a very funny place for them to run.
Yeah.
Like, just like does Ian think like that's where prison is? That's our vibe. That's our vibe.
Joliet's nice, It's like a nice. It's like there's a lot of money there,
Oh yeah, I believe that.
It's a weird one to drive through. I just drove through Joliet. It's like 2 hours from here, but it's very pretty. Or it's not very pretty. It's very full of pretty buildings where people clearly make a lot of money in them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's see here. We got This is where I was like, I'm kind of having trouble like deciding what to even write down on this one. Because it is a lot of just chopping and punching.
There's a lot, yeah, like there's a spinning back chop to the side. I mean, a Necro's head that's really nasty. There's a lot of strikes right to the side of the head, into the temple area, which I fucking love seeing. It looks horrific. It looks like you would feel that for days after. That's great. I mean, I like this match because it has the vibe of, it's like two different areas just sent like their toughest and possibly most insane man. Like you get this fucking big hick Necro, Dylan, and then this fucked up little Shaolin monk man from fucking Brooklyn and old Brandon Loki.
It does feel like a fighting game in that way. You're right with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is like
a King of Fighters thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
This match isn't perfect. I wouldn't say it's perfect necessarily, though I did give it a 10 for years ago on fucking Cage Match. But
yeah, but who knows what that means, right? The math of that.
I mean, I believe a 10.
That just means A+.
Yeah, that means very good.
Yeah, it means according to their rating where it says it. Yeah. You know what I love in Cage Match when you have to write like 600 words because your rating differs enough mathematically from the overall rating.
Yeah,
I had to like triple my Nick Gage review. I wrote a Nick Gage review recently. If you haven't been to Nick Gage's Cage Match profile lately, and me giving him a 10, apparently I had to write like 450 words or characters or whatever.
I was able to give him a 10 with like 100 characters or something for years ago, but yeah.
That was before the Dark Side of the Ring episode probably brought his, his numbers down, or him pizza cuttering Jericho on TV. People were
it's so fucked up to see people still saying that was like a controversial moment or whatever.
Yeah, it's just funny.
It's just cool.
And it didn't matter at all. It was just fun, Oh, well. So they've got this little table, and it's like a WWE table.
This table is hilarious and adorable, yeah.
It's like 2 feet shorter than a WWE table. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know where you get a table like this. They set it up in the corner. Fanner remarks that he hopes this doesn't mess up the pretty new canvas, which I was like, oh yeah, that's what feels off about this. The ring looks nice.
The ring looks pretty good.
Funny. It doesn't look like an IWA show because the ring is pretty. And then Key tries to whip Necro into the table. Necro blocks, puts up the big foot. Not the big boot, but the big foot. And Necro tries to powerbomb low Key. Cannot get him up in the air. Finally does, but falls backwards onto his back. And Key lands with his feet above Necro's head, sort of behind. He leaps straight up into the air, floats backwards 2 feet, and just delivers the most incredible double stomp to Necro's chest.
It's fucking great. It's so good.
One of those like low-key cinematic moments that he's been doing for his entire career that just feels like it's straight up wuxia, right?
Yeah, wuxia.
Like
it feels like he is defying physics, basically.
Yeah, where's the wires?
Yeah, like there are people who like do crazy shit and it's like they don't feel like they're defying like the laws of nature and man and God or whatever the fuck. Like this is just like that's like not he does shit that's like not possible.
He can float. The man can fucking float. I don't know. He's an incredible guy. He hits a couple more kicks to the chest. This was great. He springboards off the second rope. He turns midair, and he gets hit with this. And it's part clothesline, part punch to the face.
Oh yeah,
catches him like right in the nose.
It's a great like desperation shot, but it just fucks his ass up real bad. It's awesome.
Not how strikes usually land either. You don't usually hit somebody in the nose. You're not going for that in a wrestling match usually. And they go back to the floor. Necro starts folding chairs. And Key sort of backs off. Necro stalks him, throwing chairs at his head like around the ring. I think he throws 3 of them at Key's head. I love this part. And then he fakes him out with the 4th attempt.
Yeah.
And then he grabs him for the steel chair scoop slam, which is a classic Necro spot. He asks for the referee, but the referee refuses to count because they're on the floor. And this is when I realized that this was Bryce Rimsberg, with his right, Bryce. This is Bryce Remsburg as the referee.
This is Bryce with his
Quackenbush hair.
Yeah, I was gonna say his handsome guy hair, his ska band guy hair.
He's got Mike Quackenbush's hair.
He's got it's fucked up.
Is Quack on this show?
I don't. No, actually, I think he is. I think he wrestles Chuck.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that.
I
could be confusing that with the fucking Deep South show. I was just looking at.
Sure, yeah. Quack obviously loved to work IWA Deep South. One of his.
It's fascinating.
Chikara South, right? Is what you called it.
It's so funny how often he worked for fucking IWA Deep South.
Or you called it like Chikara's Alabama branch or whatever. That's
yeah.
Very funny.
All these guys ended up in just working fucking IWA Deep South.
I gotta watch that Carnage Cup with Ultramantis. I still haven't seen it. Did you watch TOS with Ultramantis versus?
No, I haven't yet, but I should.
Who did he wrestled? Little Yuki Ishikawa.
I was gonna say I thought he wrestled Little Yuki. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the worst first round match, but that's not saying much since the first round of that tournament's like all time great. But it's cool. It's fun to see Ultramantis. He looks great. It's fucking ripped, you know?
Hell yeah.
Still looking good. So so Necro goes for the Tiger Driver. Keith fights out, eventually stomping Butcher's feet to break out. And then Necro goes for another one, can't get it, opts for a DVD instead, and Key, like a spider monkey hanging on, he turns it into a Dragon Sleeper. And that's where Necro he breaks this hold by sticking his head through the ropes for like a legal rope break. So Low-Ki lets go immediately, and this is the famous spot from this match, I think, if there is one.
Yeah.
He goes up, climbs quickly to the top, and delivers just the most insane double stomp. And it's right between Necro's shoulder blades, and it's like kind of like maybe a little low too. And it's just insane because Necro's like leaned over the middle rope. So you'd think it would have more give, but Necro's such a fucking rock of a man.
No, he's a gigantic freakazoid, yeah.
Yeah, so it's all impact. And the pop is insane. It's probably the biggest pop of the match.
And like Key bouncing off of his back when after he like folds into like, you know, after he hits the actual stomp itself.
Yeah.
It just looks fucking great.
And he launches back off of him, yeah. It's incredible. It's in low-key the best double stomps, I think. It's probably fair to say, right? Best double stomper of all time.
Yeah, the list, I mean, it's hard to think of like a top 10. I mean, exactly, but yeah, like, there's the match with him and Sanjay Dutt that goes, like the 2-3 Falls match from a TNA paper, Slammiversary 2017.
Sure. Yeah.
That's like, that might be the best individual battle of double stompers that there's ever been, but I don't know if like the two best double stompers have ever been matched together.
Well, there's different styles of double stomp too, you know, like your JC Bailey where it's just an arrow falling out of the sky, like it's different. And of course, JC Bailey famously would say double stomp before he'd do a double stomp. He'd go up to the top rope and say double stomp, and he'd hit a double stomp. That was his signature.
It's like, I mean, it's such a simple move. It's like we have like a proliferation of running back senton guys with like Bray Wyatt and Evil and like, you know, like if you're just kind of like a stumpy man. Yeah.
Mickey, great running back senton. I mean, Ian also.
Speaking of stumpy men.
Yeah. So the Necro fights back, manages to hit the Tiger Driver eventually. They both struggle to their feet. They get up to the apron. And Necro lifts Key up to sit on the top. They chop each other, and then Necro climbs up too. They're up there for a little while, but the table is below them, and Necro gets sort of knocked down. He spiders his ankles around the middle rope, so he's sort of in a tree of woe. Yeah. And Low-Ki then does this is like the Alberto Del Rio would do it like this, right? The double stomp with the guy in the tree of woe.
Yeah. The Warrior's Way style. That, like, I guess now Dragon Lee is made in, I don't know if he's still doing it at WWE, but obviously we saw him do it a million times at CMLL. Well, yeah, I can't imagine that it's a move they would have banned or anything. Or
right, they let Del Rio do it.
Yeah, and he's a much bigger guy.
Yeah. So he hits the Warrior's Way and with the Necro in the Tree of Woe. through a table, just
through the adorable little table.
The little table, smashes the hell out of it, like obliterates the table.
Oh yeah.
And that gets 2. It's an insane pop for Necro kicking out. Definitely the right move. Like, this is one of those. This is a really good instance of, like, okay, that should have been the finish, but they finish it right afterwards with the exact thing that follows it up. And so they get the extra pop from that, and then it's just like, okay, let's get right into the finish right after that. So it's a really good kick out. Because then Loki locks in the Dragon Clutch, and Necro passes out from the pain. The Dragon Clutch, that's what it's called, right?
That's Dragon Clutch, yeah.
It's a camel clutch with the Dragon Sleeper. It's a really cool move. And it's a really cool move to see him do on a guy with as stiff of a body as Necro.
Yeah, like this fucking Hills Have Eyes ass motherfucker. Necro.
I've never seen that. Is that a good movie?
It's alright.
I mean, I know they remade it too, right? But
yeah,
I don't know about that. But
what's my favorite Craven? I guess my favorite Craven is Shocker, which has nothing to do with fucking Necro Butcher.
Scream 1.
Scream 1 is really a really classic movie. Yeah.
Scream 2 also very good. Scream 3 also good. I don't know.
Scream
4 pretty good.
4 is okay.
I haven't seen the 2 later ones, but
I'm a big Emma Roberts mark, so you know.
Yeah, sure.
She's doing a lot in that movie. That makes me happy.
You know, I found out she's Julia Roberts' younger sister, or yeah, is that right? Or no, she's Eric Roberts' daughter. So she's Julia Roberts' niece.
She's Julia Roberts' niece.
So I think I found out Eric Roberts was Julia Roberts' brother, like just a few years ago, and then I just found out she's in that family like 2 months ago.
There's like very little relationship publicly between Julia Roberts and Eric Roberts, and let it be said, Eric Roberts is an insane man, so I can't blame Julia Roberts.
He seems like a guy that would work for Ian Rotten, honestly.
He does. I mean, no offense to the recently departed Shifty Shellshock, but
come a lady.
Anyone who would work for who would appear on Celebrity Rehab is also someone who would wrestle for Ian Rotten, right?
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Imagine fucking Tom Sizemore in IWA Mid-South. That would have been amazing.
Oh, I just saw him.
King.
SVU was playing on the TV at work, which is always a funny thing to have at the bar, where it's just like, okay, here's some fucking, here's some rape on the TV at the bar. But Tom Sizemore was like he was the defendant or whatever in a case, and I was like, it's Tom Sizemore. And then the subtitle said something awful, and I was like, oh god, we should change this. Is there sports on?
Yeah.
Put a sports ball on TV, please.
It's a goddamn White Sox game when we need it.
I mean, Dynamite was on, but I'm not going to put that on.
That's not going to help matters.
No. I don't want to contribute to the ratings.
I will say that the one person who puts a lie to the idea that anybody who could have been on Celebrity Rehab would have been someone who Ian could have booked is China, but that's the exception that proves the rule. Because what the hell would China have done in IWA Mid-South?
Wrestle Ian Rotten.
Yes, wrestle Ian, yeah. That's a good use for Haley Hatred when she was getting booked a lot, God, 2 big girls.
Tracy Smothers versus China. God.
Mitch Ryder versus China.
There's so many possibilities. Maybe that'll...
Olsen Hard versus China. Now, that's a dream match. That isn't a dream match for anybody, because I just made it up, but it sounds perfect.
Roland Hard's dead, right?
Oh, yeah, he died.
Oh,
yeah, he had cancer, and, there's a tournament, not a tournament death, like King of the Death, where he's like, I'm going to compete, Ian, I want to be in it. And, they just, do the Mike Levy beatdown on him, basically. But, it's like...
But he's got cancer?
Yeah, and it's like, we can't let you be in this tournament. You're going to die or something. It's like, but he's cancer. He might,
He's cancer.
It's different from him having, like a brain disorder or something where he might have a stroke in the middle of the ring.
Well, shout out to him. Rolling hard. We never talked about him on the podcast, but we will one day. I'm sure we will. Did you ever... Go ahead.
Rodman could have been... Would Rodman fit in IWA Mid-South? I don't know.
Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, he was on Celebrity Rehab.
I don't think they could afford him, gotta be honest.
They can afford China, obviously. Anybody who's going to be on Celebrity Rehab is someone who was out in Ian's price range.
Fair.
Because, like, would Sabu be great on Celebrity Rehab? Obviously, but he's not.
Well, he never had a drug problem, did he?
Oh no! I mean, there's the extreme the Hardcore Homecoming documentary where he has an OD.
No way.
Yeah, it's.
For some reason, I thought he was like kind of clean for like just weed. I thought he was just like a weed guy, but you know, gateway drug, right? So yeah, that's Necro low key. I'll tell you what, the crowd chants "best match ever," which is
That's
fun.
Annoying.
I thought it was nice. I don't think I've ever heard that chant.
Yeah, best match ever is better than "This is awesome."
Yeah, I don't know. This is awesome is like a clean chant. I think it's fun for kids, so that's why I've always kind of like not defended "This is awesome," but it's just like, well, this is fine. It's fine is a good chant. This is fine. This is fine. Hear that at an AEW show.
Yeah.
The replays after this match from the alternate angles where it's just the sound from the camera that it's being shot from, I think that really communicates the harshness of the strikes better. Like, I'd love to go and re-edit this match from all the angles that we have.
Oh, yeah. No.
And they show everything multiple times. And they also, the replays, did you watch the replays after it?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So it becomes hard to tell which things you've seen a replay of already. It's like a fully like stream of consciousness sort of match. And it's impossible to tell the beginning from the end apart from when Necro loses his shirt.
Yeah.
That's the only tell.
I mean, this is like the thing that it's not a hard thing to say that like actual straight up fights are kind of missing from wrestling at this point. Not necessarily 100% gone, but it's like sometimes you just want to see a fight.
Yeah, I can't think of the last time I saw anything that equates to it like this. Yeah, that's a fair point.
You just like that's why we got to bring Ian back and hook him up with who? Josh Barnett, Bloodsport Bushido street fight.
Yeah.
Just like it's just the same Bloodsport thing, but you know what? You can hit people with a chair.
Yeah. I saw there's a J Rose posted a thing about how no indies are going to be able to afford or be allowed to run like buildings in Indianapolis because, you know, he said like old white men or whatever ruined it for everyone. He's just talking about Ian Rotten. But it's just like, dude, fuck off.
You just say, also,
Ian Rotten, come on. Stop. How are we still doing this? He hasn't fucking booked a show in 3 years. Why are we still pretending like he's, you know, the devil? He gave us Low-Key versus Necro. Who else had the balls to do that? Except for Excalibur, of course.
Fat Frank.
In fact, yeah, R.I.P.
All that it's around Mount Rushmore of people who gave us Necro versus Loki. Fat Frank, Excalibur, Ian, Pondo.
Yeah.
The four greats.
Yeah, I've never seen that East Coast match. Yeah.
Oh, that match rules. That match is so much fun.
Yeah.
Low-key doing like Bret Hart bits and shit, like with like bringing a friend into the ring and shit, like a little kid. Like, how fucking great is that?
It sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so we're gonna do the Big Japan tag.
Yeah,
is that good? Good for next. All right, this is from Big Japan Pro Wrestling, BJW. The P is silent, of course. BJW. This is from November 22nd, 2010. This was my 2010 match of the year at the time. I don't know if that stands now, but at the time it was what I voted on the Death Valley Driver poll. It's Daisuke Sekimoto and Yoshihito Sasaki versus Jun Kasai and Jaki Numazawa, the 045 Junkies.
Yeah. I think 045 is a reference to Yokohama.
Okay.
It's one of those things because there's so many.
It's like an area code?
It's like just one of those things like where like I'm trying to think of an equivalent. Like Kushida would be like 94 because the 9 sound in Japanese is a K sound, and the 4 sound is like a she sound.
Oh, this is like
So
a
it's
phonetic
like,
thing? Okay.
yeah, it's weird. It's hard to explain because I don't fucking speak
I don't
Japanese.
speak Japanese, yeah.
I don't need to speak Japanese. The Japanese comes to me.
Yeah, yeah. I know, those fans who are learning Japanese, now they're the real ones. Weird thing. Shouts out to them if you're listening.
Yeah. I gotta learn Spanish just for, my job.
To make $2 more an hour, it would be helpful. God, isn't that fun when you're, applying for a job and then you realize at the bottom it says Spanish speaking preferred, and you're like, oh, okay, well, this is for somebody else then.
Yeah. I've been meaning to do it for every year, and I just never end up doing it. I don't know if it would even help me that much. It would just I just don't want to have to fucking send someone away. Yeah, man, I cannot speak this language. So
I mean, it'd be kind of fun. I don't know. I always think
I've done work for people who had to have someone translating for them. Basically, it's not.
I mean, you could do it with a phone
honestly.
Now. You could just speak it into a phone and it does it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier all the time.
It's a little awkward, but it's not that hard to do it that way.
Sure. So yeah, this is one of my favorite matches ever. And this was fully. Where I didn't love Loki versus Necro as much as I had it in my memory. This one I absolutely loved, and it really brought me right back. 2010 is the year that I started watching wrestling again, so this is a big one for me. And this is Yoshihito Sasaki is just one of my guys. I love him so much. And Jin Kasai, I mean, all these guys are awesome, right? But
yeah,
Jin Kasai is the man. The fucking whoa, the fucking music is so good. And so this is before Takeda and Kodaka really took over the scene. It's the beginning of Takeda's run.
Yeah, we're a couple of years into Miyamoto being a big deal.
Right.
We're 5-6 years into Ryuji Ito being a big deal. I know
he's already broken by this point. I like him. I think he's all right.
Yeah, I know. No, you're not a huge Ito person, but you're not anti-Ito either. But Kasai is Mr. Big Japan. There's just no way around that.
Yeah, Ito's a tough one just because he's just... I don't think I've ever seen his peak, and I think his peak was maybe a year long or whatever, right? But just a guy who got broken quickly and it has stuck around forever, so...
Yeah. No offense to Little Abby, but I would say that he... Kasai is the definitive Japanese deathmatch guy.
Oh yeah, I've said that as well, and I say to this day that Takeda is great and obviously just a pillar of the whole scene, but Kasai is the man, and Kasai is unmatchable. I mean, you watched the Despy Invitational show?
I did, yes. I watched the whole show. Yeah,
that's so much fun. That Kasai and it's Kasai and Hiromu versus Minoru Suzuki and Takayuki Ueki. And I love Ueki so much. The Barefoot World Champion, of course, a fake title that's made of cardboard. Just a hilarious match. Highly recommend that. And this is probably maybe the end of Kasai's peak as a worker. Obviously he keeps going and keeps doing crazy stuff, but his pace definitely slows in the year or two after this.
Yeah, because he's 37 when this match happens.
Wow.
Actually, 36. But it's that's he started
36. Does that even include me? Sorry.
He started slightly older than you'd think, but he just had the persistence. It's crazy to think that he's in his mid to late 20s in the CZW run, but it's true.
Yeah.
He just feels he is an ageless man in a way. He again will literally turn 50 years old this year, but he's just a forever kid.
Well, he's so childlike, especially in those the Zandig stuff, and the real crazy monkey
hair and
the bananas and shit.
Yeah. He just looks he just has the vibe of of a kid. He just like he is ageless.
What's the match that we covered where they're eating bananas in the match?
Oh, that was the Philadelphia Banana Death Match. It was Ricky Fuji versus Winger from Nutsville Xmas.
Okay.
I don't remember which one, but yes,
where
that match is a lot.
He's got him in the abdominal stretch, and he's eating a banana, but also feeding the guy he's got in the abdominal stretch.
Well,
the
Winger's eating his own banana while trying to break from the abdominal stretch.
Right. It's funny because it's one of the only moves where your arm is situated as such that you could eat a banana while you're in the hold.
Yeah.
Great stuff. So this is also right before the Strong BJ division is fully established.
Yes, which is not exactly the death of Big Japan, but it's
it's the evolution.
Yeah, but it is like it takes away from what was the best part of Big Japan.
Yeah, but
we don't. Not the death matches; it was the tag titles.
We don't. Yeah, right. We don't get Hideki Suzuki without it.
It's true.
We don't like Okabayashi is the man. Obviously, it's a lot of stuff that we would have lost.
Ryo Nahama probably never. We probably aren't going to get Akabono in fucking Big Japan if it's just a death match promotion.
Sure, those are great matches. Strong BJ versus Akabone Ryohama.
Mm-hmm.
The one where it's like the 6-man with Nakanoeno or whatever. Like that's the best. What year is that? Is that 14?
I think so. Yeah.
Man. Yeah. So I like Strong BJ. I like a Strong BJ.
Too.
I like the name of it. I think it's funny. I think they knew it was funny, right? Yeah. They knew it was a joke, right? That's always been the thing. It's like, do they know?
If without the Big Japan Strong division, we don't get Kick Sky Bodyguard, which is one of the most entertaining things I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, because every single guy, like, there's like 19 different lariat guys in the Big Japan Strong division. At that point, it's like he just like this old ass man decides to break out all of his weird kicks, and it's like when you'd be watching him in All Japan or even Osaka Pro, and he'd do one of his kicks, you'd be like, oh man, he might die from doing that kick. But like, no, he's just breaking out every fucking kick he has, like he's a karate master. And you're like, this is the best shit I've ever seen.
This is a body guy.
And I mean, without the Big Japan Strong division for 2024, we don't fucking have Takuya Nomura and Fuminori Abe doing their thing exactly the way they're at.
No, Nomura definitely is a big part of that too.
Obviously, it is. It's just the one thing that it did was it led to them fucking around with the tag titles, which went from the best division in wrestling, basically, in terms of like, this will give you everything you could want, into like this weird thing where it'll just be like, all right, here's a deathmatch title for like a year and a half, and then it becomes a regular guy's title for a year and a half, and then it's like, no, I want to see all of these weirdos just mixing it up, however, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this, because Sekimoto is also, Sekimoto was a deathmatch guy until, 2005?
2005, 2006 is when he exits being a deathmatch regular. And then I think he'd still do, like, a hardcore match every now and then, because it's Big Japan, but even then that sort of goes away. And then, like, they become, like, they sort of develop their work-rate heavyweight style of, like, Choshuism, for lack of a better way to put it.
Right, sure.
Like, just big fuckers running at each other.
Yeah.
Kensuke style shit.
Yeah. Sekimoto. This is all right. So this is the final of a tag tournament that they run every year, basically. And these two teams had wrestled each other in April, and that's also a really good match. Mm-hmm. April, I think it's 28th of this year, which was like also in my top 10 of this year. And Sekimoto at this point is on his way to becoming one of the like infamous stumpy strongmen of all time, of course.
Yeah.
But at this point, he is gaining steam big time. And I think it's not until Okabayashi, who is like still a rookie at this point, working like second from the bottom.
Yeah, this is only that's only his third year, 2010.
Yeah. So once they link up and they become the actual Strong BJ team or whatever, and start wrestling, Manabu Soya and Seiya Sanada in All Japan in like 2012 or whatever, that's when it really kicks off, I think, for the style. But this is sort of the proto version of that, and Yoshihito Sasaki is just one of the coolest fucking wrestlers of all time. He's I think by the next year, I think by 2011, the tag tournament is Sekimoto and Okabayashi teaming, and Sasaki's teaming with Shinobu, I think. That might be 2 years later. I'm not actually sure, but
that is...
Does that sound right?
It is Shinobu in 2011, yeah.
2011, yeah. Because the final of that's really cool, too. If I remember right. Because Shinobu's also... But, I don't know if people remember Shinobu. He still kind of wrestles, I think. But he's a good guy. Big fan.
Yeah.
So, first of all, huge shout out to Connor for this one. We were looking for this match for a while, and then he just had it ready for us, I think he uploaded it maybe just for us. So, thank you to Connor for that. We start, and Sekimoto shoots for the double leg on Kasai, immediately takes him down, throws him to the floor. Yoshihito attacks Jaki, throws him through the first 3 rows of chairs in Korakuen Hall. We've got 2 barbed wire boards in 2 of the corners. We've got the ropes on 2 sides wrapped in barbed wire, a la, the NWA or whatever, classic style. And then, Jackie and Jun immediately are running the fucking razor on the floor. They're immediately getting color. And Jackie just gets the shit beat out of him by Sekimoto. He fights back with some, of his excellent shoot headbutts. One of Jackie's best things is his headbutts, his big dome.
He's got a great head for headbutts.
He's such an ugly guy, He really is one of the ugliest of all the Big Japan or the Japanese deathmatch guys because he's just got that skull. Is a skullet? Is this a skullet?
Yeah. It's a phenomenal, scummy look.
Yeah.
Especially when you add in, his, proto guy from Ghost look, basically.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Yeah, and then you cover him in blood, and it completes the package. Okay. And he's hitting headbutts on Sekimoto and smearing Sekimoto's forehead with his own blood, which is great. And then we cut back over to Kasai, who is beating on Sasaki, and Sasaki blades also immediately. And this is a period where Yoshihito Sasaki got really into cutting his own flesh, for the good of the industry. Kasai grabs some lady's purse from the front row. Oh,
God, this is so great, yeah.
And he puts it on, and he does some shoulder blocks wearing the purse. He opens up the purse, and he finds, a can of spray. I don't know if it was hairspray or something else. I don't know if it's the same can he gets a moment later. But he puts it back in. He finds what appears to be... What is this? Is this a bottle of, wasabi or hot sauce or something?
I thought that was just a bottle of orange juice.
Was it just orange juice? Okay.
Yeah, that'll suck if it gets spat at you.
Yeah, it seemed so thick.
That's fair. Maybe it was Orangina or something. Or whatever the fuck that shit is called. That French shit. You know what I'm talking about. French shit.
Yeah. He pours a bunch into his mouth, spits it in Sasaki's face, and then he finds this, body spray fragrance mist, and he sprays it on his own armpits, and then sprays it into the cut on Sasaki's head, which is horrifying. And then he pulls his shorts open and sprays it down his pants and readjusts his junk. And then tosses...
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, he forgot to freshen up before the match. He's doing his opponents a favor, honestly. He tossed the can out to a person in the front row who catches it perfectly, and he gives them a thumbs up. Which is just Kasai has got a real knack for his connection with the audience is undeniable. And you can see it when he wrestles in America too. He's got an incredible charisma that is very unique. So Yoshihito comes back with some of his signature just holy shit forearms. It's some of the hardest elbows you'll ever see.
Yeah, he just loves just swinging his fucking clubs.
Yeah, and he follows through with them. He doesn't stop. A lot of people who do forearms kind of stop when they, he's not with that. He's gonna fucking swing through.
Yeah, the forearm is all about the follow through, and it's when it becomes this weird default strike for strike exchanges. It's you don't want to do the follow through because you want to just keep doing strikes at each other for 2 minutes. And it's
keep your rhythm up or whatever. Yeah, it sucks.
Just boring.
Yeah, that's always the thing I've talked about on the show and also posted about it, where 2 guys are doing chops. And then one of them's all right, let's go to forearms. Let's. All right, that's enough chops.
I'm starting to get blown up right now.
Okay. Sucks. This shit sucks. Yeah, let's do some forearms. But Kasai can't really keep up with those forearms. Sekimoto comes in, they whip Kasai full speed into the barbed wire board, and then Numazawa comes in, and Sasaki hits him full force with a barbed wire baseball bat to the chest, like a fucking home run swing. This first bat swing is just like, Todd Helton or whatever, like fucking full on, like, and you could tell like Sasaki doesn't swing it. They use this bat throughout the match, but this first one, he's just so hyped up, He's like fucking Road Warrior Hawk, just going as hard as he possibly can. And then after that, he's like, "Oh, that's right. This is an actual baseball bat. I probably shouldn't swing it as hard as I can."
Yeah.
Jaki tries to come back after a snapmare and some kicks to the back with some chops and a headbutt on Sekimoto, but Sekimoto's just a brick fucking wall. Sasaki back in with like just the most beautiful crimson mask, like full covered, and he goes to town with that bat. He swings it again, not quite as hard as before, but pretty tough stuff. Grinding the wire into his head. He gets him in a camel clutch, punches the cut. And Yoshihito's blood, and this would happen a lot of the time because he would always cut really good. He was a hell of a blader whenever he did, but he was also a big sweater. So the sweat would get all over his chest. So he's got like just bloody, like red sweat mixed with blood all over his chest in a way that, nobody. I mean, it's the thing you want to happen. You do a good blade job. It's supposed to mix with the sweat. That's part of the deal, right? Sorry, my air conditioner just kicked on. Also, I have acid reflux, so if you hear me go a little bit.
Relatable. I made sure to pop a good amount of famotidine before we started the podcast.
Yeah, I think I might throw a Tums back when we go to break. Fucking barbecue chicken pizza we made. It's just a nightmare for my digestive system. Excuse me. So all right, Sekimoto gets in, also grabs a camel clutch, and Jaki's blood is now drying onto Sekimoto's forehead. Sekimoto is not going to blade in this match, and doesn't blade often, obviously, at this point in his career. And I don't know, we really should go back and do some of his deathmatch run. I feel like the Abdullah 200 or 300 light tube match or whatever from 2005. The
famous one where Abdullah strips down, basically.
Yeah.
That's classic stuff.
I feel like there's also a good one with Ryuji Ito. That's Ito versus Sekimoto, but I haven't watched any of that stuff in a long time. We really haven't done enough Big Japan on this show.
No. It's weird because doing it by itself, like mixing it in, is a lot easier than like trying to compare it with other stuff. Like at the end of the year, because then it just feels like less fun. But then it's like if you throw it in and you just get to watch it on its own terms, you're like, hell yeah. But especially this is like, I mean, this is before everything gets so like litigious, for lack of a better way to put it, and it seems like you just can't do crowd brawling anymore.
Well,
you can't interact with the crowd, which just is fucking brutal for deathmatch wrestling.
Yeah, I don't. That's like a rule. What do you mean?
I don't know. It just seems like if you go like places like Cork, and it's like there's just like no you'll still get crowd spots, but there's nothing where it feels like people are scattering because like people people are just throwing each other into chairs. Like it's like it doesn't feel like the same as it was in the FMW days or the early Big Japan days.
I guess I hadn't really noticed as much.
Yeah, I don't know what, it's meant that stuff is a lot more confined to the ring, and that's just sort of less fun.
So you should definitely watch. It's from March 20th of this year. It's Yuki Ishikawa versus Takumi Tsukamoto. It's for the Big Japan Deathmatch title, and it's fluorescent light tubes, salt and lemon deathmatch. But it's got like they've got these big buckets of salt, and they've got like a salt pit. Yeah, and it's probably the best use of condiments I've ever seen in a match. It's really wonderful. They go all out with the salt, and it's fucking awesome. And the lemons and stuff, really, really wonderful stuff. So check that out for sure. That's a really good recent Big Japan deathmatch. So let's see here. Sasaki comes in. He starts licking the blood off of Jaki Numazawa's head. in a not even like it's very almost sensual way. He elbows Kasai off the apron, tags Sekimoto back in, and Sekimoto, again, just a concrete man. There's nothing to be done against him. The headbutts are like Jaki headbutts him good.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't sell a goddamn thing. He does manage to get a hope spot in after a bit of miscommunication from the strong BJ guys and a well-placed drop kick, bringing Kasai back in, and he hits this awesome falling lariat on Sasaki, which is a really harsh shot from a guy not known for like hard strikes. Kasai really fucking takes him out with it. And then he whips Sekimoto into the barbed wire board, and the crowd pops huge for this because they remember, like they're like fully aware Sekimoto doesn't do death matches anymore. He hasn't touched barbed wire in like years.
Yeah.
So they pop really big for that. And then Kasai reverses a German with a low blow, goes towards the ropes but stops when he gets close to the wire, stops himself, and then Sasaki charges in. He dodges. Sasaki hits the wire-covered ropes chest first. He falls backwards into a German from Kasai, and after bumping onto his head and shoulders, Yoshihito Sasaki ends up back on his feet with momentum, falls backwards again into the wire-wrapped ropes on the opposite side of the ring. And it's just this incredible, like, the placement and timing of it all to pull it off.
It's such a beautiful, like, counterpart to, like, the intentional no-sell. Because, he's getting his ass chewed up by barbed wire. Can't power through. And sometimes it happens that way.
It's got the precision of like those, of like a Michinoku Pro sequence or whatever, or like, any 8-man tag or whatever that's just full of, you got to get here and you got to stand here and be ready for this thing and then hit the next thing and then the next guy's going to come in and hit that thing. Like these two guys hit it perfectly and it's just 2 barbed wire bumps with a fucking German suplex sandwiched between them. It's really good. Really good. And then Jin Kasai takes his fucking shoes off. I mean, why? Because he's Jin Kasai.
He's just vibing.
The crowd is popping, and he loves it. It takes forever for him to get his shoes off. He's like pandering to the crowd. By the time he finally, go ahead.
He gets his shoes off, then he takes his socks off.
Yeah,
fully barefoot.
Yeah, and
and apparently barefoot is illegal too. Is breaking out in the middle of our 100th episode.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's this is 2 in a row. Yeah, 2 barefoot guys in a row. He gets Sasaki and he does the arm wringer, climbs to the top, and he does like old school taker or the Jinsei Shinzaki, the Hakushi, the arm wringer rope walk or old school Undertaker, of course. But he does it with bare feet on a rope covered in barbed wire.
It's funny as hell. Yeah.
He's a fucking maniac, and it's so funny. And then, of course, Sasaki knocks him down. Kasai lands crotch first on the wire-covered ropes, and it's just a hilarious, like a comedy deathmatch spot in the middle of this fucking thing. Just really great. And Kasai is capable of doing that stuff and not derailing things. He's good at that stuff. He really is.
He just has that effervescence that like where he could just pull it off, and it's like. It's not forced or anything like that. He's just him.
Yeah, he's just a weird guy. He's just a weird little guy doing a weird little thing. And then Sekimoto hits a big lariat in the corner on Kasai. He misses the second, and then he stomps Kasai's toes. Kasai manages a spinning soul butt, and then his signature barefoot 180 enziguri. And then he throws the barbed wire bat to Sekimoto, who catches it against his chest, and Kasai delivers a barefoot drop kick to the barbed wire bat, which is it's just so funny. It's just we're cooking now. This is the best. And then Jaki with the jumping lariat in the corner, but Sekimoto catches him like Joe for the Uranagi.
Yeah,
but he hits him with like an exploder, and or maybe it's Uranagi. I don't know. Some fucking big ass suplex. Kasai comes in to help, but Sasaki just destroys one of those Cork and Hall chairs over his head. They move along. Sekimoto hits that big frog splash. Then he deadlifts Jaki from the ground into a torture rack.
Looks great, yeah.
Like, nobody does that. Nobody, deadlift German, deadlift this and that. Nobody a guy like prone on his face, and you go over to him, you put your head against him, and you lift him in a torture rack from the ground. Like, that's the most absurd, like, fuck you strength imaginable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he, like, that is, like, an area where he is unimpeachable. Like, his ability to just, like consistently, in terms of, like, quality of German suplex, is, like, hard to beat this man.
Oh, yeah. You know, and I've also never actually seen him struggle to get anybody up. You know, like, the amount of times you've seen people deadlift people, and it's like, oh, we, like, take a couple tries, or maybe your hands are sweaty or whatever. I've never seen Sekimoto go for a deadlift that he didn't immediately, like, do perfectly. You know?
And that works perfectly with his sort of, like, his vibe, too.
Yeah.
He should just be able to pull it off because he's just a freak.
Yeah, he's like uber confident, just dickhead bodybuilding guy. Yeah, it's awesome. And then, so yeah, he gets him off of the torture rack. Kasai breaks it up. Sekimoto chases him out. Sasaki makes a big stack of chairs, puts the barbed wire board on top of it. He puts Jaki in his own rack and delivers the reverse DVD. Not a burning hammer. Like, there's not a head bump.
Yeah, not exactly burn. Yeah, it doesn't have the angle. It's not high angle or whatever you'd want to call it.
Yeah, it's a reverse
from the
DVD.
Days of, where you have to, you put in, this is a wrist clutch version or whatever.
Yeah, this is literally a reverse DVD or inverted DVD. It's an awesome move. Face first into the wire. Great bump. Sasaki lifts Jaki onto the top, goes for a super back suplex onto the board, but Kasai breaks it up, gets him in an electric chair, and sort of hits like a one-winged angel almost. Like, it's part DVD. I don't know what a one-winged angel actually even really is. It's a fake move. Follows up with a lariat for one. Sasaki says, fuck you. And just the spots come hot and heavy, you know? It's crazy. This match is like 18 minutes long, and it is packed full of shit. It really is.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not like they do none of the bumps are huge. Nobody's doing anything crazy to the floor. There's no structures that are being destroyed. You know, it's all pretty much in the ring and just full of fucking energy. Just constant energy. Yeah,
people coming in and out and, like, taking appropriate lengths to, like, rest and sell, and then, like, all right, fuck you, I'm coming in and fucking shit up.
Yeah, a well-structured work rate tag that also just happens to have a bunch of barbed wire bumps and, like, some well-sprinkled-in comedy and just a great pace.
A fucking baseball bat.
And a baseball bat covered in fucking barbed wire. Kasai hits a fire thunder driver onto an open chair on Yoshihito. He sort of just sits down into the open chair, and Sasaki's head, like, dangerously hits the edge of the seat. It's pretty scary.
Oh, yeah.
And,
yeah, that's one of those where it's like, it's not about the head injury, it's about the neck.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's real scary. The double underhook, the Angel's Wings, gets two. Scoop and a slam, Chris Benoit snot rocket from Jin Kasai. And then he hits the Pearl Harbor splash with the goggles on, of course. Goes for the cover, and here's fucking Sekimoto to deadlift German his ass from the lateral press onto his head.
Yeah.
And then Jaki takes a German too. Jaki no-sells it. Looks great. Big lariat. Just like a guy that you don't expect to no-sell a German, and suddenly he's up doing his thing. Mm-hmm. I'm going to wrestle your style, Sekimoto. And then, let's see here. He puts the barbed wire board on top of Sasaki. Sasaki gets up before Jaki can jump off. He jabs him in the head with the bottom of the chair, and then hits like a Michinoku driver onto the wire. And then this leads to the finishing segment here, where Sekimoto throws Kasai to the floor and delivers like just the most incredible tope suicida. And like, have you seen Cash Wheeler, FTR Hair? Have you seen him do a dive before?
Yeah,
where he like overshoots. It's kind of looked like that. I'm sure there's a better comparison, but it's just super high speed and not even no care for where you land, you know?
Yeah.
And they disappear into the crowd. And then Sasaki hits big lariat, one of my favorite lariats in the world, Yoshihito Sasaki. I've always loved his just swinging lariat that he does. It's almost like a roundhouse, or not like a wind-up lariat.
Yeah.
Like he reaches back and swings it overhead almost. So good. This isn't one of the best ones, but this is him doing his thing. And then he gets power bombed onto the barbed wire board. Yoshito's hair is stuck in the wire. He kicks it too, and then Jaki gives him the straight jacket pile driver onto the barbed wire bat for the pin, for the 3. And there's the woman in the crowd that Jin Kasai stole the purse from, and she's got her purse back. She's standing and like banging her head and dancing, which is great.
Yeah.
So like 18 minutes and change, just packed fucking full of shit. And it was my 2010 match of the year at the time. I don't know at this point. What year is the Futen? That's also 2010, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. That's
the tag or the Ono Ikeda?
Oh no, the tag, the Hashi tag with the 42 headbutts.
Yeah, I believe the Hashi Mashimo tag is fucking
like October.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's probably my match of the year, but whatever.
Who cares?
I didn't see that till later in that year, like the next year. I think we didn't see any of that Futen footage until a year or two later, actually. So, and then after they do there's some mic work. They call out Takeda. A young Takeda comes out for like a challenge or something, as they always do. And then Wait and Bleed by Slipknot plays. And the new tag team champions, they kiss each other. Because that's the other thing about Jin Kasai is that he's gay.
He loves men.
He loves kissing men. So we love that. Shouts out Happy Pride from Jin Kasai.
Yeah.
I need to pop a Tums.
You go pop a Tums.
And we'll come back for our second segment. We'll probably take 2 breaks in this one.
Yeah.
But happy Hundo, friend. Happy Hundo, friendo.
Happy Hundo, friendo.
Don't put it in your pocket,
Then it just becomes a coin.
It's just another Tums.
Which it is.
This is your lucky Tums. Yeah, I'm going to put it in my mouth.
I love which it is.
Which it is.
Every so fucking much.
Yeah. Good movie.
That's a great movie.
Good movie. Good haircut.
Such a fucking good haircut.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
I'll see you in a minute.
Couple of Tums. It's like esophageal reflux or something.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if the Tums will help that, but we can try. They're also so damn tasty.
Oh yeah, I used to eat a lot of Tums. Just straight up.
Just for fun.
Like eating Tums.
There's cheaper snacks, but there's no better snack. Welcome back. Welcome back to Wrestling's Gross. Hundo. We are going to move from the far east to the deep south. Yeah.
Carnage Cup.
7.
Carnage Cup 7, IWA Deep South, Coleman, Alabama. Now, Bucky, you might be wondering, the pertinent question every time we talk about IWA Deep South, are they running in a former Sundown town? The answer is yes.
This is John Rare versus Spidar Boodrow from it's February 26th, 2011. And this is, they're in a real building.
Yeah.
They've come along. They've come a long way. They've fallen a long way. Maybe.
Yeah. This is the most legitimate that IWA Deep South is. This is like a decent period for them.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's very strange. This is a first round match. It's a Saw death match, which that just means there's razors.
I guess, yeah. It's not very thematic, frankly.
Yeah, well, so the original Saw death match with Thumbtack Jack and Drake Younger from, whatever that weird, not WXW, but some other promotion in Germany in a warehouse. Like a literal, like a garage, basically. Like that one, that Saw death match specifically had Thumbtack Jack, I keep forgetting his name, Thumbtack Jack, claiming that there was the key to the handcuffs was inside the referee's stomach or something.
He just kept making weird, like, references to Saw.
Yeah, like that's
the movie.
That's the closest to a pure Saw death match I think we've ever had. But then, of course, this became Spidar Boudrow's signature match to the point where they've, of course, retired the gimmick in his honor after he died.
Yeah.
And now we have the Spiral death match. Spiral from the Book of Saw. Which I still haven't watched Spiral from the Book of Saw with Chris Rock.
It is Chris Rock, yeah.
I don't quite understand how it ties in. I think they've made another Saw movie since then.
I believe that's accurate.
It's awesome. I've only seen the first 3 Saw movies. I know they get really weird after 3 because Jigsaw dies at the end of 3. Spoilers for Saw 3. Have you seen any of these movies?
I've seen the first Saw, but that's it.
Yeah, Donnie Wahlberg. We've been watching Band of Brothers. Man, that's a good show.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good fucking show.
The first Saws, you got Cary Elwes.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of Lee Winnell himself. Just
right.
Yeah.
Wait. Is Donnie Wahlberg's in the second one, isn't he?
I think Donnie Wahlberg is in the second one. Yes.
He's in 2 and 3. He's really good in 3. 3's I love Saw 3. I got to be honest, my favorite Saw film. It's really just vile piece of business. So yeah, John Rare looking like a cryptid, He's
doing his weird, he's like a pseudo Jeff Hardy at this
point.
Right.
He's
doing like West Borland face paint and shit.
The West Borland face paint. That's what it is. Yeah, that makes sense. And he's just got like a black tank top and black pants on. And then Spidar Boudrow has a tap out shirt on with the sleeves cut off. It's peak
classic
shit.
Look. He's an early face tattoo guy.
This is an infamous match, of course, in the history of all deathmatch wrestling at this point, but especially in IWA Deep South. This is the first box cutter spot.
Yeah,
that's got to be accurate, right?
Within the context of this series, I would say so. Yeah.
When has somebody else done a box cutter spot in wrestling before this, or outside of who's ever done it besides John Rare?
Jaki Numazawa and Masashi Takeda, but they didn't stab people in the arm. They would just running across someone's chest or whatever.
They do it with a box cutter. I guess maybe I never clocked that. But of course, Jaki Numazawa and Jun Kasai also did razor stuff too. But and to this day, you do get occasional razor stuff. It's the razor crossboard, right? It's definitely a Jun Kasai thing still. This is so we've got commentators, senior official Jimbo, and the other commentator is Cabana Man Dan, which is so funny.
Yeah,
it's so funny to me, and even funnier than that, referee for this contest, Brett Lauderdale. Fucking before Brett could be back, he had to be here, and his reactions in this match are something else.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun to just watch Brett in this match.
No, he's doing like Donald Sutherland faces and shit.
Yeah. Well, he seems R.I.P. Donald Sutherland as well.
Donnie Sutz, yeah. Legend.
So it starts, Spidar Boudrow slaps John in the face, and John Rare returns fire with an arm drag. So that's how you start this, right? A slap and an arm drag. And then they are immediately like, all right, that's enough. They each grab a chair that has a piece of foam board glued to it with razors sticking out of the foam boards. And they do the spot that you often do with two guys holding chairs where you hit the chairs against each other, right?
Yeah.
Except Spidar's goes too far and he smacks John in the arm with the fucking razor board. Like, really harsh.
Yeah.
And Spidar almost looks hesitant suddenly, like he's got, like he made a mistake.
Yeah.
And Rare just like looks at his arm and just nods, and it looks like he's fucking happy.
Yeah. John Rare wrestles this match with what I would describe as a profound weightlessness.
Yes. He really is just floating on air. He looks as comfortable as I've ever seen a man.
Just doing chair shots that look like a 4-year-old's doing them. Just like everything he does looks terrible, and it's great.
Yeah. It's definitely a backyard sort of vibe. So those.
I feel like Boodrow looks pretty good in this match. Not great. He looks okay. He looks like someone who could get booked by an actual promotion. John Rare does not. John Rare has the exact demeanor of a homeless man that he would only cultivate over the years.
Yeah. He gets better at doing that for sure, but. Yeah, Spidar does seem like he might have actually had like 2 weeks of professional wrestling training at least. Cabana Man Dan on commentary says, "Those are big things on that chair." And referee Jimbo says, "Yeah, those are razors." And Cabana Man Dan says, "Oh." So the razors kind of fly off the chairs into the front row, and I'm pretty sure some shrapnel hits Brett Lauderdale in the face because he's checking his own forehead, and then he retreats to the apron to call the match from out there. Just an incredible way to start a match. Boudreaux hits a bunch of chops on Rare. Rare returns fire with a baseball bat covered in what Cabana Man Dan says he calls a bunch of shiny things. I don't know if it was thumbtacks or nails, but Spidar whips Rare into the board of razor wires, and Rare holds his side. And it, like, just the way he holds his body, it's like, oh yeah, there's something coming out of him.
Yeah.
We never get to see the wounds on their backs or whatever, but I have to imagine these guys were suffering a lot of wounds.
Yeah.
And then Rare sort of leans his head up against the razors so that Spidar can go and just slam his head into them, which is one way to get color, I guess. And there's another whip into the razor board. He evades the oncoming dive from Spidar. Spidar goes back first into the razor board. And again, he's got a shirt on, but I have to imagine he's got a bunch of long, thin little slices in his back after that. So this match is like 7.5 minutes long, but they kind of pack it in.
Yeah.
For what it's worth. I mean, they're not cutting the greatest pace ever, but to consider that the big moment happens like halfway through this match, and then they hit their bigger spots after it, it's just absurd. Yeah, Rare with the awkward chair shots to the head. You said like a 4-year-old swinging a chair.
Yeah, his chair shots are hilarious.
And then he goes to the apron. This is so funny. He goes to the apron, he's holding a chair, and he awkwardly and slowly climbs the ropes. Not the corner, he's not climbing the buckle. He's just kind of climbing the ropes, holding a chair, and he delivers a double knee with the chair. And this is like a sort of a Sabu sort of spot, I guess.
Yeah.
But you think Sabu looks awkward doing this shit. This is just absurd. And then Spidar just like no-sells that, gets up immediately as John Rare sets up one of the razor boards across the top turnbuckle, and Spidar gives him a power bomb through the board. And this is just awful. The way that Rare slides awkwardly down like the mini razor blades that are sticking out of that board. Like, it's just, we don't get any close-ups really. We do get a close-up of his arm right after this. It's a horrific wound on John Rare's arm, like right above the right elbow. And he just sort of sticks his finger in it, and he seems fine. And again, just the John Rare of it all. Like, what is this guy's deal? How did he get here? What is his background? I would love to know. Is there a John Rare shoot interview out there?
I don't believe so. The only shoot interview that I can refer to involving this match is Necro being interviewed about it by Brett Lauderdale, and Necro saying, "What the fuck is this bullshit?"
So Necro
just shitting all over it, which is very funny. Like, of all the people to get on their high horse, but it's also like, no, he's right. Though he does, Brett says, yeah, they didn't even tell me, and Necro's like, well, I don't give a shit if they didn't tell you, the ref. You got to tell the boys in the back. And it's like, well, I mean, the boys, they probably should have told someone that they were going to, that someone was going to get stabbed in the arm with a box cutter.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And you can tell from Brett's face that he definitely didn't know that this was going to happen. Alright, so Spidar covers him after the power bomb into the razor board, and John Rare gets a hand on the rope, and Brett stops the count at 2, and the commentators are like, oh, are there rope breaks in this? Which is a great question.
Referee's discretion. It's always referee's discretion.
Yeah. I don't know, the idea of like, well, what are you going to do, disqualify a guy if he doesn't let go of a submission when the guy gets the ropes? That's fine. Like, I understand not, the logic of that, but if it's a pin, yeah, foot on the rope.
It's a question of legitimacy.
Yeah. The ropes are still there,
Yeah.
And then, after this, you see John Rare is just digging in his pocket, like fiddling for a while, like he can't, like it's fallen. The pants that John Rare wears, I imagine they have long pockets, right? Like those are the kind of pants where the pockets go almost down to the knees. So he gets in there.
These are some incredible Jinkos. He's looking, he's like all caked up looking. His ass is weird looking in this because of these gigantic pants this man is wearing. Very strange.
He finds it pulls out something orange. It's unmistakable once you see it in his hand. And
very high visibility, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to mistake it for something else, right? And I
suppose that's true.
The commentators joke about, like, is it a sharpened toothbrush or whatever, like calling it a shank, right?
Yeah.
But he literally does. He pulls out a box cutter and flicks that blade out, and I don't know how long the blade was. It's hard to tell, despite the slow-mo replays of it repeatedly that I watched over and over.
It's fascinating because box cutters are such a weird thing. Like, we had like a box cutter when I was like growing up, and I'm like, you do it, you cut it down boxes of them for recycling and shit. And I just remember being like, fuck that, just give me the razor blade itself. Like, this box cutter bullshit isn't helping me. This is just slowing me down. Like, so maybe we just had some very off-brand box cutters, or maybe it just speaks to my sort of strange nature as a human being, where I'd be like,
your strange nature.
Yeah, like now I don't.
What's
like
the point of this?
I'll just pick up all the crumbs off the floor myself.
I'll just sweep the carpet. Fuck it. Yeah, I hear you. He stabs him in the arm with the box cutter. I don't know what.
Man,
tiptoe around this.
So, do you want to talk about the slow motion angles now, or
yeah?
I'll fucking go to the slow motion. It's great.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
I feel like I kind of just want to watch it right now. Let's see here. I'm gonna pull it up. Oh, I only got 12% on my phone. I'm gonna use it doing this, and we'll play the audio of because it is crazy, and this did become like a famous. A famous moment, or infamous, I don't know about famous, but just one of those things that people would talk about as like, a pox on the industry or whatever. This isn't wrestling or whatever, and it's not. These guys aren't like trained wrestlers, but it is fucking cool. It is.
It's crazy, yeah.
It's like there's nothing else quite like this and that's ever happened. Except for, again, with John Rare later on. Let's see here. Oh, that's full speed. And you hear the crowd. There we go. Oh, and then he kind of... So he stabs him in the bicep with it.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't pull it out. He literally lets go of it and lets it fall out.
Great plan. He really knew what he was doing here.
I mean, I have to assume that this is the first time he'd ever done this.
You'd hope that he didn't just go around stabbing people in the arm with a box cutter.
Well, all right, so last year at the Carnage Cup, he did it to himself, right?
Yes.
Which was also crazy. We didn't have a slow motion replay of that, but that was him sticking in his arm.
We didn't have the great people at Smart Mark
right.
to take care of that for us.
Right, the Stream XPW guys aren't as good at this, but he does it like multiple times, right?
He does it like at least twice, right?
Yeah. You know in Pulp Fiction's where he's like, I gotta stab her 3 times with You know the scene I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Pretty famous movie.
John Rare, I don't want to say something controversial, but I think he might be an insane person.
Yeah,
I think he might also be an idiot. But what is genius if not madness?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, again, this is a consensual act between 2 guys. Not unlike, 2 guys fucking each other in the ass or whatever. Like, yeah. It takes a...
The only thing as intimate as sex is fighting.
Yeah, and, we're talking penetration here. This is fucking... This is as penetrating as it gets. And, so he stabs him in the arm with a box cutter, and it's the craziest goddamn thing, and then he kind of lets it fall out. And Spidar looks at his arm like not shocked, but almost like he doesn't believe it when it starts bleeding so much from the arm.
Yeah.
It really is. And the people screaming, the people in the crowd, and the commentators not really sure what happened. They're joking almost. And then, they don't seem to quite understand the...
No, and can they be blamed?
I mean, no.
Say no.
No, I mean, it happened on the floor, too, so it's not like they could see it that well. But, a minute later, not even a minute later, 30 seconds later, Spider Boodrow's in the ring, and he gets pinned for a 2 count. And then Cabana Man Dan says, hey, my birthday's coming up. It's next Friday.
No, they move along right the fuck away. Yeah.
They're just talking about random shit. And Brett Lauderdale in the ring, he bends down and looks closely at the wound in Spider's arm, and he just shakes his head.
Yeah, and is that when they get the signal for the duct tape?
It's around that time. But first, so here's the thing, because the kayfabe killer Kevin Brannon, they call him, and the Russian Jan, who I believe is Nikolai Cash, right? Same guy, still around. I'm pretty sure is Kevin Brannon's buddy.
Of the Nation of Defecation?
Yes, of the Nation of Defecation. The leader of the Nation of Defecation, of course. Turdy, Demon Turdy, and so on and so forth.
Kevin Brannon still has had the same haircut. The worst haircut I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It's so long. It's mesmerizing.
It's crazy to see him here and be like, oh yeah, that's the guy. That's 13 years ago, and he looks the same. He does look older now, for sure, if you see him. You can't miss him on the shows. I watched the Carnage, whatever it's called, Kings of Carnage, or...
Yeah.
I don't even know. Their show names are not very creative.
They used to be a little more interesting with that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. But Kevin Brannon and the Russian Jan, again, I believe I said Nikolai Cash?
I believe that's what you said, yes.
I think that's him. They are there with a table that has a board covered in fucking, you guessed it, razors. And they're, instead of like trying to fold the legs and slide it in, they're trying to lift it up over the top rope. And Spidar's trying to grab it and pull it in, and he's cutting himself. You can see he's cutting himself with the razors as he's just trying to grab the table that the promoter is trying to hand him.
Yes.
And then Kevin Brennan also throws a ladder in there for them because he's helping them. Like, you know, you have to assume that these two guys, like, and Kevin Brennan all had a conversation, and it was like, okay, after the box cutter spot, that you then have to bring us a ladder and this table that we made.
We've got a lot of vision, and we need someone to help us fulfill it, to help us, to facilitate our dreams. Kevin,
doing the box cutter spot at that point in the match, before you do that spot, before you do this other stuff? What the fuck? What did they think was going to happen?
You know, what could say? Just
go for it. Fuck it. It's the Carnage Cup. You go for it, right? And I don't think the ladder doesn't have any razor blades attached to it because it's not for bumping on. It's not for cutting yourself on. It's for jumping off of. And then that's where Kevin Brennan hands a big bandage to John Rare, who then goes and wraps it around his opponent's arm.
They say on commentary, you know, John Rare doesn't want to win this way by stoppage, and it's like, well, I have a question for you then. Why did he stab the man in the arm?
Well, again,
he stabbed him on the outside too. We couldn't just pin him after that.
After referee Jimbo says that, Cabana Mandan does say, "I've never seen that before." Which I think absolves the rest of it. Never seen that before, you know. Can't says I have. And then Rare climbs the not climbable side of the ladder, and Spidar climbs the other side, gives him a fucking Michinoku driver off the ladder, through the table, covered in razors, which gets 2. It's a pretty good Michinoku driver.
Yeah.
When you said
Boodrow, not that bad.
Yeah, when you said he seemed like a competent sort of, like he might be able to hit some moves, that's the one that I thought of, especially considering he has the hole in his arm.
He has a gigantic hole in his arm. He's bleeding like a motherfucker. I mean, this is all within context of the greater IWA Deep South thing that I'm saying that he has. But I mean, they've done worse. They'll do far worse. They're going to book Jimmy Controversy, okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's much worse. You know, I've never seen... Don't they do 3 stages of hell at one of the Carnage Cups?
Oh, yeah, they do.
What's that like?
I don't know, because they're just doing the same Saw match in theory. Like, I don't... It's fascinating.
I got to watch that. Have you seen that?
I don't think I've seen it. I've seen some of their other Saw matches, because they had a lot of them.
They had a lot
There's
of
also
them.
a Hostile death match that I remember seeing that it has a different guy and John Rare, I think.
The Hostile death match. Let's just pull John Rare's whole thing here.
John Rare, I think he's a horror movie guy, obviously. He loves his horror movie references. And, you know, he's not a subtle man either, obviously, because he also loves stabbing people and being stabbed with a box cutter.
I gotta see more. I really need to see more. I find him, we say it all the time, but he's just so fascinating.
He is kind of a hypnotic presence. I don't mean that necessarily as a compliment, but also, you know, what are you supposed to, I mean, he is mesmerizing in his own, like, just, I mean, again, he just has...
unique way.
He has incredible homeless man vibes. But he also has, like, kids and stuff, and you're like...
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel.
John Rare's a cool dad?
Yeah,
I hope.
Probably. He's probably got his, you know, it's probably ups and downs.
Yeah.
He's probably got his ups and downs.
I mean, he probably can't teach his kids how to play basketball at this point, you know, because he is missing part of one of his fingers on his hands. That makes it hard to dribble or, you know, to, you know, set a shot. But Maybe he can throw a football. You only really need one hand for that, and maybe that's not his dominant hand, where he had part of his finger cut off in a match against Blaine Evans. For just the love of it.
Who was that pitcher for the Florida Marlins in the 90s who, had a messed up finger and, could throw a really good curveball or whatever because of it? Let's see here. Marlins pitcher. How do I Google this?
You think about Antonio Alfonseca? The guy who had an extra finger?
Oh, was it Alfonso? Oh, yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, because I remember him. He started with the Marlins. He was on the World Series team, the first World Series team. It's incredible that the Florida Marlins have won 2 World Series.
Known for having.
He has 12 fingers, which is extremely sick.
It looks like 12 toes too, apparently. Yeah, he was the National League Roll Age Relief Man in 2000.
Yeah, I remember him finishing his career as a Philly, and you're like, hell yeah, we got the 12-fingered man.
It's very sad. I'm very sad to let you know that the Roll Age Relief Pitcher Man of the Year award stopped being awarded in 2012.
Yeah.
It's just a real bummer, because...
I always remember, I love the fact it had this extremely esoteric, point system, too.
Uh-huh.
That was the best part.
Okay.
It was just it was you know what? We're being objective here. We got to come up with...
Oh, a tough save. An additional point for a tough save.
Tough save.
When they got a save after entering the game with a potential tying run on base. That is very esoteric. Mm-hmm. So shouts out to Alfonso... What's his name? Antonio.
Yeah.
Played for the Phillies.
Alfonseca. He did, yeah.
Cool. And the Cubs.
Also, shout out to Armando Benitez, just because I love fucking relief pitchers.
Okay. Did he have an extra finger?
No, he was just also a Dominican man.
Okay, sure. Why did I think this guy had less than 10 fingers? Turns out he had 12.
You could be thinking of just Three Finger Brown or
Three Finger Brown. I'm Googling that now. Three Finger Brown.
I mean, that's way back.
Three Finger Jack. Three Finger Brown. Okay. There's a guy named Three Finger Jack apparently too.
Yeah, you could be or maybe Jim Abbott, of course, the who only had one hand but threw a no hitter for the Yankees back in the day.
Okay, Mordecai Peter Centennial Brown, nicknamed Three Finger Brown or Minor, who died in 1948, Terre Haute, Indiana. Shouts out to E1. Wow, yeah, you said way back. That's way back.
It is way back.
R.I.P. to Mordecai Peter Centennial Brown, a.k.a. Three Finger Brown.
Hey, he was on the most recent Cubs team to win the World Series, 116 years ago.
That's right, yeah. The knuckle curve, ironic. Which broke radically before reaching the plate. Tell you what, I'm going to break radically if I keep watching these freaking debates. They don't finish with the Michinoku driver off the ladder. Because then they go out through the crowd to a Coke machine. That's a Coca-Cola machine. The Coke machine's in the back.
Yeah.
They go to a Coke machine. They climb a ladder to get onto the Coke machine. They stand together on top of the vending machine. And there's a table there. And they show a close-up of the table.
What would you call this maneuver?
Oh, this is a sidewalk slam, a la Andrew Martin.
That's fair. I would say it's kind of like a Russian leg sweep.
It's kind of like a Russian leg sweep also.
It's something weird.
I mean, it's sidewalk slam where you can't lift your opponent. And the thing is, sidewalk slam is designed for you to be able to lift basically anybody,
Yeah.
It was invented so Kevin Nash didn't have to do that much work. I'm pretty sure. He invented the move because he was tired. But he had to figure out something to bump the other guy.
It's one of the great pro wrestling moves.
Oh, for sure. We talked about it before, but the Truth Commission versus the DOA or whatever from Survivor Series 97. I mean, we didn't talk about it. I brought it up before.
We
didn't cover it.
About it, just not on the show. So.
I think I did. I think I did bring it up on the show one time though. That I watched that match, and I think there's 7 sidewalk slams in like a 12-minute match, which has got to be
that's glorious.
That as far as like SWS PM, which is sidewalk slams per minute, that's like 7.3 something or another, like or 0.73 per minute. I don't know. I haven't done the math, but it's up there. It's up there. It's got to be a record. They say he gives him a sidewalk slam or a Russian leg sweep or something off of a fucking Coke machine through a board that is covered in nails. And when I say covered in nails, I don't mean covered in nails. I mean they're like 3 inches apart.
Yeah.
They're like, and these are not like little thin nails. These are 2-inch fucking nails. Like driven through the underside of a piece of plywood that's sitting on top of a table. And so it's not like a bed of nails that like you land flat on or whatever. Mm-hmm. Each one of these individual nails is going to go in your body. This is the worst way to do this. And it really begs the question, how expensive are nails? I can tell you they're not that expensive.
No.
How much time did they have to make it? Because this feels like a hack job to me. This feels like somebody could have done a better job and made this a little safer. But I get the sense maybe they weren't so worried about making things a little safer in this one.
No. Unfortunately, I would say that safety is not the main priority here.
Yeah. But it's also not very glorious either, because luckily they show a close up so we can actually see what the board is covered in. But without that, it would just look like a piece of plywood.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was in the crowd and I wasn't standing 5 feet away, I would just think it was a table. And so yeah, John Rare manages to barely lift Spidar Boodrow, who's twice as big as him, for a sidewalk slam. Spidar Boodrow's ass crack is hanging out of his pants when they come off the Coke machine, which I thought was a good touch. Not sure if that was planned or not, but I thought it was good. And then when they hit the ground, Spider's head just bounces off like a basketball, bounces off the fucking concrete. And this gets 3. This was a false count anywhere match, apparently. Although, Spider's shoulder was extremely knocked down.
Yeah.
This is not a legal pin at all.
That's you just gotta kind of call the match.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love the idea that they told Brett Lauderdale what the finish was, but they didn't tell him about the box cutter spot.
Especially funny that, he wasn't allowed to just call the match after this man was bleeding severely to the point where his opponent had to tape him up.
Well, he also broke the 1 pin for the rope break earlier. What are the rules?
He's exercising a lot of referee discretion. And you know what? That's his right. He is the referee.
And he's a good promoter, and we love Brett Lauderdale, of course. He's
so fetus-faced, man. It's great.
But see, at least here he was younger. Like, now he's in his 40s, and it's getting weird.
Yeah.
It's good. Once the gray hairs start coming, he's going to be a real weird-looking guy. But shouts out to him. And then on the microphone, they say, EMT, paramedic. Your winner is John Rare, paramedic. They sandwich the winner announcement between asking for an EMT and then asking again. And Spidar gets a big chant. They love him, Mm-hmm. And it's honestly crazy this guy's dead, because you'd think based on this he would have lived 100 or something, but...
Yeah. COVID came for a lot of us.
Did COVID kill Spidar Boodrow?
It did.
Whoa.
It was 2020, so he did not refuse the vaccine. He probably just knew a lot of people who did not wear masks.
He said, hang on, get away from my arm with that thing. You're not sticking a thing in my arm. Right?
We all have our limits.
You should have put the vaccine on the end of a box cutter for him. Maybe then he'd done it. I know it doesn't make sense because he died before it, but still, It's a funny joke. Yeah. 3 Stages of Hell thing, the hostile death match. I don't know. We got to watch all this shit. I'm honestly, we need to just watch. I think we should, just like we were going to do every this match and every that match, and we're going to get to this one and that one, we should.
We just got to clean up on this shit.
We got to revisit Rare versus Spidar. Because this is next. This is another level, and I gotta know what else they got in them.
For everyone, I think, is given a cause in life, and maybe our cause is to be the archivist for the series of matches between Spidar, Boodrow, and John Rare.
Why is it Spidar?
I don't fucking know. Especially because that's very inconsistently applied, too.
Are we being disrespectful right now? Of a dead guy?
We were doing this when he was alive, though, so it's like... We're just continuing... I mean, we're treating him as he was in life.
He's got a 5.92 in cage match. That's pretty impressive, actually.
That's fascinating.
And it does say cause of death COVID-19, so thanks, Striga, for that.
There's a guy who gave him a 10, and the review starts with, Spidar Boodrow was a flippin' beast in the ring.
He was a flippin' beast. Mate,
I'm not sure what
he was a flippin' beast.
But he took one of the hardest chair shots to the head in the world, and he wasn't even phased. And also,
I'm not sure when.
Off the truck into a couple of barbed wire tables. Famous for wrestling in IWA Mid-South that always keep bring the pain.
Always keep bring the pain.
Hardcore Rules 17.
Yeah, that guy's cool. Oh, shouts out to Spidar, Boodrow. We hardly knew you.
So I'm going to tell you who else he gave a 10.
Okay, yeah, let's dig into this
Sabu,
cage match, inmate. Okay.
Pac.
Okay.
Jay Lethal. And Abyss. He gave John Moxley a 7.
I mean, that was during the Ambrose run, though, right? He doesn't like the wacky. He's not a wacky line guy. I think we got to rehabilitate the wacky line. I think it's kind of cool, actually. Because if you fell backwards out of the ring like that, what are you supposed to do? Just fall? No, you pull yourself in. You hit a goddamn lariat. Bunch of nerds. You never try to run the ropes. It's hard to run the ropes. Bunch of nerds. Fuck y'all. All right.
I feel like I got a lot more respect for giving Spidar Boodrow a 10 than giving him a 2.
Oh, absolutely. I'm more on Hardcore Rules 17 side than I am Dylan AAAAEW WWE.
That's so many W's. That's too many W's. I'm sorry, dude. You
should check out my Twitch stream, the WWWWWF, which was just on the other night. You should check it out. Not joking.
This guy also gave Kevin Gill a 0. He doesn't know it. This man doesn't know ball.
Kevin Gill. Who's Kevin Gill? Sorry.
The GCW commentator.
Oh, I'm sorry. OG Kevin Gill.
Yeah, the OG.
You left his first name off.
Proper ledge.
Sure. Yeah. What was his line that the Heart?
You can't front Heart.
Can't front Heart. Right, of course. Still commentates for Circle 6. Which, not great, but he's there. All right. From Ladies Love Legend.
Ladies love cool wrestling.
Ladies love cool wrestling. This is All Japan Women / LLPW?
Yeah, it's a co-promoted show.
Okay. It's AJW / LLPW from March 10th, 1999. It's Yumiko Hotta versus Shinobu Kandori in a knockout match.
Yeah.
Is this for a title?
Yes, it is for the AAW World Championship.
Okay.
The
big red. Okay, with the chains that are like attaching the middle plate to the side plates.
Yeah.
Man, that's cool. That's such a cool fucking belt. I love how fat the strap is too.
Yeah.
It looks like it wouldn't fit on a large man, much less a mid-sized lady. No, all right. First of all, we did Yumiko Hotta versus Shinobu Kandori on an early episode of this show, and I enjoyed that match a lot. But I didn't know which lady was which, and for the entire time we talked about it, and for all my notes, I kept mixing up who was who, and I'm not sure who I thought did what. But I know in the end, I probably missed some stuff.
Yeah.
So I would and I've said it for years now, I want to go back. I want to rewatch that match for the show. We need to do like a rerun episode, where we go back and do some of it again. But this one, I got it right. I know who's who. I mean, at this point, I know Shinobu Kandori a lot better because she's featured in other episodes. I know Hotta better because we did the Aja Kong Hotta match, right?
Yeah.
With the fucking hand.
Oh yeah, the hand. It's real fucking cool.
Yeah. So at this point now, I'm a little more versed in this stuff. Obviously, Joshi's my blindest of blind spots, but I like it. I think it's good, and I like to learn about it. So it's better now. Now, what building is this?
This, I think, is the Yoyogi National Gymnasium in Tokyo.
Okay.
It's a building we don't see that often.
I have never seen it. It's so cool looking. I immediately was like, what is this place? There's no entryway. They come out, both of them come out of balconies in the crowd and on opposite sides of the building.
Yeah.
And they have to descend a bunch of stairs through the crowd. It's so cool. I was immediately in on this. Now, whose robe do you like more? I gotta ask.
I think I like Kandori's robe more, but I like Hota's haircut more.
Okay, sure.
Hota's got a great mullet.
Yeah, she's got great hair in this. Hota's got this shiny pleather robe. It's like super, like the Matrix shiny,
Yeah.
It looks amazing. Like she looks like Trinity. Kind of got the same hair as Trinity, actually. Trinity from the Matrix, not Trinity from TNA.
No, Ms. Fatu.
Yeah, right. So Kandori with the ornate, like shining sequined orange robe, very cool. The piping on the shoulders, like the big, I loved the way they're so fucking cool. I love robes in wrestling, and I'm starting to understand that maybe a big appeal of old Joshi is entrance attire.
Oh yeah, no, they had phenomenal entrance gear back in, and that's like part of like the fun of like the interpromotional stuff is like the All Japan women's teams would have like great stuff, and then like the JWP girls would have like nothing. They'd just be like, and that'd be like such a contrast and like
Interesting,
and like the hierarchy
a
of
class
like,
thing.
Yeah, exactly, and it's like. We're the ones who really made it. You're just a bunch of indie scrubs. Look what you wear to the ring. Fucking nothing.
Wow. Yeah, I can't think of a thing where that exists elsewhere in wrestling. I mean, in Japan, I don't know. But I don't know. Even like stuff where like the Michinoku pro guys come and wrestle in the J Cup or whatever, things like that.
Yeah.
They got some cool shit, I don't know. I can't think of a time that really applies anywhere else in wrestling. Yeah.
Maybe it's the pageantry allowed by being all women's promotions.
Yeah.
You
There's
get a little bit more. You get to have a little bit more juice in the steak, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah. No, for sure.
I think I've said the phrase "lack of a better way to put it" 7 times during this episode.
Well, I also said juice in the steak earlier a couple times too.
It's a great phrase that we just invented.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only times this venue hasn't really been run that often for wrestling. The original Weird Wrestle 1 promotion, the one that was just the big tournament with like Bob Sapp and shit in it.
I had that tape.
Ran it, yeah. They ran it for a couple of Raw house shows in 2003.
Didn't have that tape.
Yeah.
I wish.
All Japan Women's ran it a couple of times in '99, counting this. Kingdom, the post UWFI promotion of Takada's, ran it. And there's a UWFI versus New Japan show from, I guess, the beginning of that feud, basically, in October of '95. Where they ran. So, yeah, this is like a and it's like a pretty big venue.
It looks big. It looks like Super Hall.
It holds like 12,000, apparently.
Wow. Yeah, for some reason, Takada's Kingdom makes the most sense as a place to run this. I don't know why.
Absolutely.
But that sounds just perfect.
I mean, that's a man you can like banging drums and loincloths and shit.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, like if you see like the outside of this venue, it is like this was a an Olympics venue
Oh, sure.
for 1964, and
Cool.
I mean, it looks great. It has that like Montreal Olympic Stadium vibe of being like really fucking forward in as an architectural design.
Sure. I mean, Takada's a guy who would book a venue based on the light fixtures. You know?
Yeah, he and Triple H are like two of your like, I love a good venue guys. Like Triple H booking the Winter Circus venue in Paris, where they like inaugurated by Napoleon III, where they would have like fucking Turkish oil wrestling in like the 1860s and shit.
They gotta
like,
bring that back.
That's extremely Triple H.
You gotta bring that
That's
shit
extremely
back.
Takada. Absolutely.
You ever see Tokyo 64, the Olympic documentary? It was on Criterion back when I had that.
I think so, yeah.
It's really cool. I mean, there's.
I watched some of those.
Yeah, they've got them for like every year, but that one is just awesome. It's so cool.
I never watched the 72 one, but I know people think that one is good. Also, even though
yeah, but you've seen Munich.
Like, yeah, and I've seen the documentary about that.
Right.
The one that has the fucking beta band song. The only beta band song I really like, unfortunately.
I only know the one from High Fidelity, so you know where he puts it on.
Yeah.
It's a good song. I haven't heard it in 15 years. Maybe it's not a good song. I haven't seen that movie in 15 years either. So yeah, I love Kandori. I was saying I want to do the Hokuto match, the Dream Slam match. We got to figure out a way to do that, even though it's like the most famous Joshi match ever. But I think about it all the time. It's got images that I think are just, incredible, iconic stuff. Hotta crosses the line in her intro, walks right up to Kandori, whereas Kandori just sort of raises an arm and says hello to the audience. Really sets the personalities in place pretty early on.
Yeah.
And then, but then when the bell rings, like, Kandori swarms her with palms, grabs a choke immediately. Hotta reverses out into a hammerlock, lets go, violently kicks her in the arm. Kandori's got her hand and thumb taped from, I assume, a previous injury. So that's a factor in the match. This is very shoot style kind of. I mean, it's not shoot style. It's a submissions heavy. I guess it's shoot style, right?
It's two shooters.
Yeah.
Like, and I think of this as shoot style adjacent at minimum. But you can quibble all goddamn day about what is and isn't really shoot style. But it's like, if Inoki would be like, that's cool for me, then it's shoot style. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and this is right up his alley, I think, for sure. Right down to the finish, which is a glorified count out. It doesn't get more Inoki than that.
No, that's a hard finish. Yeah.
Although it's not a count out, it's good. It's a good finish, but we will get to it. This is knockouts only, so no submissions, no pins. But it's a match that's largely focused on holds, so it's interesting. The dynamic is really interesting, and going in knowing it was knockout only was helpful for me to understand the stakes with each submission hold. So Kandori is like immediately wiggling her fingers, trying to make a fist after the initial assault on her arm. Hotta is in the guard, tries for a triangle. Kandori stuffs it. They reverse positions. Kandori in the guard. Hotta headbutts her in the fucking nose, like immediately. Yeah. It's just super intense. And then palms to the head from Kandori and goes for the Jujigatame or cross arm breaker or whatever. And immediately I'm like, okay, well, how are you gonna get the KO from a cross arm breaker? You're not, I guess, right? You're just gonna break her arm and then go from there. Hotta gets a leg lock, stuffs her foot in Kandori's face, and just when you grab the ankle and then you extend your leg so that you've just got your foot in the other person's face, that's one of the best things.
Oh yeah,
it's just nasty business. Now, all right, so Hotta's the All Japan Women person here, right?
Yes.
So Kandori's coming in with the belt.
Yes, that you won from Hotta the year before.
Okay, and in the match that we covered.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and that match has like hard way blood, right?
Oh yeah.
I gotta rewatch that. I think
that match is so good. Yeah,
I remember loving it. I just didn't know who was who.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bummer.
It was a long 5 years. It's been a long 5 years, man. And you know
yeah,
what?
That's really early, isn't it? That's like the first 10 episodes or something?
Yeah, that's my birthday episode, 2019.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. All right.
We also got Fit Regal on it, and a couple others. Joker Chris Cash.
Yeah.
And
he got the whole head in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Kurisu, and fucking Dragon Master versus Onita and Tarzan.
That's the episode where we did the FMW Battle Creation tag?
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's a good episode.
I doubt it.
It's
a good lineup. It's a good lineup.
It's a good lineup.
Yeah,
that's just as important.
Who knows? We've done 100 of these motherfuckers. Hundo.
Yeah.
So so Kandori's protecting the hand. Hotta is, she picks the ankle, wraps her up. Kandori gets back to her feet, breaks the hold with a classic harsh stomp to the face. But she's protecting the hand, and Hotta uses this opportunity to get the first down with a proper down with the knee to the head, and we get a standing 8 count. And then back on their feet, Kandori does these sort of patty cake palm strikes to Hotta's ears over and over, which takes her down for an 8. And then Hotta gets Kandori to the mat with a well-placed inside leg kick, grabs a sort of a back mount, and flexes like she's in the fucking World Bodybuilding Federation.
That's so fucking cool.
like she's Charles Max Barsky doing a little pose here. I think I got his name right. Yeah.
It's Charles Max Barsky.
I think I said Barksky. Like a dog.
That's one fucking dickhead dog. You don't
what if David Starr was a dog? So yeah, I don't know anything about MMA, but I've tried my hardest to understand what's going on here, you know. She's in the back mount, she goes for the rear choke, but Kandori makes herself like flat as possible and resists and won't give up the neck, right? That's what she's doing?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I was always like, we should do a Pride Month episode where we do Pride fighting. That's kind of funny, right? And then I'm like, but I don't know shit about MMA, so what the fuck am I going to do that for? Hotta transitions to an attempt at the cross arm breaker, and the struggle is super intense. And there's like women in the crowd screaming, and Hotta like digs in for every centimeter of separation until Kandori slips out, mounts her again. And then Kandori gets her knees on either side of Hotta's head and appears to be trying to grab a triangle choke. But Hotta gets her feet in the ropes to break it. But the rope breaks in this are not clean. And I think it factors in later because like Kandori, at this point, she just yanks her up by the hair. She never actually breaks anything. She breaks the hold, but then she's got her by the hair and backdrops her. So it's knockout only. I assume there's no disqualifications in this match.
Yeah.
But still, like that's breaking the rules of a shoot fight thing, right?
No, there's no. This is a fight without honor.
Right. And so also like what are the rules in rings? The rope breaks in rings, but there's points, and if you see, I always forget which one's which. I'm sorry.
No, there's no rings had the point system too.
So if your points, what was it, U style, where if you run out of points, then rope breaks don't apply.
Well, if you run out of points, you got to just break it yourself. Okay. Because the rope break counts as points.
That's a point deduction. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like you're just going in the negative. If you go for the break, then you're just giving up.
Sure. Okay. So that obviously doesn't apply here, but I'm always trying to figure this shit out because it's very foreign to me, and I've never dug in all the way. I've seen a lot of rings matches. I've seen a lot of Volcon, but I never quite know what's going on.
Education is continuing forever.
Yeah. Part of the reason we do this, because I need to learn shit. So Kandori is has her knees on either side of the head and goes for the triangle. Oh, yeah, then she does a backdrop. Okay. Hotta comes back with a spinning heel kick, doesn't get all of it, but then she whips her into the corner, and Hotta runs full speed and does this incredible spinning heel kick and just destroys her. Yeah, and Kandori's face contorts.
Kandori's fucking selling is so fucking good.
She looks like Daniel Stern in Home Alone 2, you know?
Yeah.
That was the sound of a spinning heel kick coming down the stairs, you know? Hotta grabs a double underhook. Kandori resists. Hotta gives her one solid knee to the ear and then hits a tiger driver and then immediately into the cross arm breaker for a huge pop. And Kandori rolls her around. Hotta turns it into a triangle choke. Like, this is awesome. Kandori has to find the ropes to break it. Mm-hmm. And then this is where, let's see, Kandori gets like a single leg takedown. Hotta gets right back up, though, kicks her in the head super hard, and does this, I don't know, a straight jacket gonzo bomb.
Oh, yeah, it's nasty looking.
And then she does a second one, too. But the first one, it was so out of nowhere, and it's such like an escalation of moves where they've been just going for arm bars and leg locks, and suddenly she does a straight jacket gonzo bomb.
Now they're just here to decapitate each other.
I just burst out laughing when she did that because it just caught me so off guard. And then she did another one, and then she like lifts a finger to the crowd asking if she should do another one, which is hilarious. Hoda's very funny.
Hoda's great.
Hoda's almost as funny as Hotta Kotb. Very similar vibe, actually. This one, so Kandori spins out of this third attempt, grabs the arm, and Hotta retreats to the ropes, but then returns fire again with another spinning heel kick. It's awesome. And then Kandori hits a DDT at one point.
Yeah.
Which again, anytime there's like a wrestling move in this, I just laugh. Sometimes you just gotta laugh. And grabs another triangle, which I think it's a triangle. That's what those are, right? Sorry.
Grab the head, wrap the legs around.
Yeah, it's a triangle. Hotta finds herself in a choke, but sort of mares Kandori over, kicks her in the damn head. It's not on camera, but you can tell by the crowd reaction that it must have been one hell of a kick. Kandori up at 8 there. Or rather, she doesn't get up at 8. She's on her way up, but Hotta grabs her at 8, knowing that it won't be enough, and puts her back in the triangle. So there's a lot of this stuff where they don't do the sportsman-like, let them get up to the standing 8, or fully break on the rope break.
Yeah.
They are there to kill each other, and they're not going to let anybody have a second to rest. Kandori back in the triangle. She reaches like full extension and gets her toes on the ropes to break it. And then this is where also it happens again. Kandori doesn't allow a legal break and just grabs a cross arm right there. And the referee like tries to force her to break it. I think. That's kind of how I read it, because suddenly the referee's all up in it, and that's when Hotta gets a toe on the rope again and just retreats to the floor. Which I don't know. Again, I haven't seen a ton of this stuff, but when it's like a shoot style match goes outside the ring, like you're in different territory.
Yeah.
Because what are the rules out there? You know, are there countouts? Who knows? Are there countouts in rings? Do you know?
I think it would just be like a knockout at that point.
Right. Well, what happens in boxing if you go to the ring? That stops the fight, right?
Not permanently though.
No, they can get back in.
Yeah. They just like you call time, and it's like, all right, can you get in? Like you start a count like normal. Like no, I can't think of a boxing match where someone just like left the ring and then was like, oh fuck it, I gotta powder, all right.
Yeah, it happens in Raging Bull. He knocks him out of the ring in Raging Bull. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of boxing.
Yeah,
I've seen that. What's the who was the guy? Is it Haystacks Calhoun?
Oh yeah,
that's the one where we watched with it's him and Buddy Rogers.
Yes, it is.
And he like breaks through the ropes. That's one of the best things ever. That's Barefoot is Legal 1, isn't it?
That is true. Yes.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's the old. Is that the oldest match we've covered on the show?
I believe
it
so.
It would have to be. Would the only 50s match we covered? We did a Rikidozan match, but it was from like 64.
Yeah. One of the fucking French catch matches we did was from the 50s.
Sure, yeah.
But I don't fucking know 57. That when, which. You know, I think it is the oldest match we've done.
Haystacks Calhoun versus Buddy Rogers. We're gonna find out.
Because I think that was from 59, the French catch match.
This is from 61, the Haystacks Calhoun Buddy Rogers match. So French catch wins.
Goddamn Europeans beat it, yeah.
I hate that about it. We got to do a Luthez fucking 60-minute Broadway to fix that.
We got to find some young man bulk carry before we talk about extremely old man bulk carry.
This
and Johnny Valentine match.
This Killer Cox Twitter account. That's cool.
That account's great. Yeah, his son's account. His son's fucking account for that account rocks.
God bless them.
There's a lot of good weird tidbits and just like we're just like that's wild. What a world.
Yeah, I watched a match that they posted in full that now I've forgotten what the hell it was, but it was cool. I watched it in the middle of the night, you know, just like, oh, great. Give me some more of this shit. All right, so Hotta's down on the floor. Kandori comes after her. Hotta lands a few kicks. She's on the ground and she's kicking up at Kandori and gets her pretty good. Like, because Kandori's checking her nose for blood right after this. Like, one of them catches her square. And then back in the ring, Hotta breaks another attempt at a Kimura, and but she breaks it. She gets the Kimura for a second, but she breaks it with a harsh headbutt that sends Kandori all the way to the floor. And this is where Hotta is sort of leaning over with her arm just hanging limp, swinging.
Yeah,
it's a great sell. I had no idea how long this match was. And it ends right after this, but I had no idea it was going to, but I was fully down with it ending when it did. Because the fucking ending is so sick. Kandori...
It's such a fucking good ending.
It's unexpected, and it's, you know, again, I don't know what the rules are necessarily, but I bought it when it happened. Kandori, after taking that headbutt, climbs up onto the apron. She steps halfway through the ropes. She's bent over, climbing through the ropes, and Hotta delivers just the most absurd kick.
It makes the Randy Orton Legend Killer punch look like fucking dog shit. It's the nastiest kick of all time. It's so good.
It's right between the eyes. It's like, it's so focused. And Kandori just crumples to the floor, like back out of the ring. And then the referee counts it like a normal KO count. And this is where I was like, is this a count out? What's going on here? Kandori gets up, climbs into the ring, but she can't get back to her feet. And it's counted as a KO. Which I guess is a great way to protect the loser in a match like this, right?
Yeah. It's like kind of a dirty win, but, you know...
It's clean enough to be a title.
Terms, yeah.
Like, she loses the title back to Hotta with this, right? But would have a solid claim on a rematch. Yeah, I loved it. I'm glad we revisited these ladies. I really it's been one of my great shames. As not knowing Hotta from Kandori, Hotta from Kathy Lee. I never could figure out which one was which. But then I watched enough episodes and now I can't mistake them. So yeah, I think I do need to take another quick break.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna retweet this photo, this post from the Killer Carl Cox account of Carl Cox and Dick Murdoch hanging out with a dolphin.
What's with all the animals?
I don't know, man. Also, there's a real great photo of Carl Cox on Dusty's knee on a boat.
Or on his knee?
Yeah.
Like Santa Claus?
Yeah, man, wrestlers are... Well, like a little bit, yeah. Man, wrestlers are so gay. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, that's a... How old is Dick here? Also, in the first picture, Dick's hand is really close to Carl's dick. as Carl tosses the food into the whale's mouth. Is it a whale or what's it, a dolphin?
That's a dolphin. That's a big-ass dolphin.
Big dolphin.
But yeah.
It's a big dolphin. You could see why I'd confuse it with a whale.
No, it's
such
a
big
large dolphin. That is not like a little bottlenose dolphin.
Wait, that post was from February 13th. How long has this account been rolling? It's crazy.
I feel like I've seen this guy, the son, around for like a couple of years now, but he's only started posting media apparently in the beginning of the year. And you're like, damn, dude, all this shit is extremely killer. No pun intended.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my dad's schedule, payouts, and expenses for his first month of the CWF run in 1977. If you look at some of the stuff online, it looks like he got off track by a day and at one point got back on again. This is so cool. His fucking payouts for the Florida Loop in 1977.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, follow, what is it? Is it just killer _ Carl_Cox?
And absolutely, yes.
Cool. Good guy. Good kid.
Herb Cox.
Herb Cox. Shouts out to Herb Cox.
I guess he goes by the Carl Cox, his real name. We're going to call him Herb Cox, though. I think he's fine with that.
Herb Cox.
Herb Gerwig Jr., I guess, would be his name.
Okay, Herb Cox.
Yeah, we're gonna go with Cox Jr.
Cox Jr. All right, we'll be right back. And thank you for listening, folks, to the Hundo. And we'll be right back. Oh, give me 5, all right?
All right.
Also, give me a high 5.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, see you in a bit. Good? You good to keep rolling on? I know it's later there than it is here. Okay, cool.
I'm feeling alright. Yeah, we'll end at like 4:10, which is fine by me, really.
Sure. 4:10. Now there's a good schedule. 4:10s. I always wanted to have one of those jobs. Welcome back. I was just looking at warehouse jobs. Again.
Yeah.
You know. But if, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if it was a day shift.
Yeah, I feel it.
Drive a forklift in the day. Better than 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. during COVID. It's a really bad time. Welcome back, folks. Okay. Well, let's get down to the real meat of it, huh?
Yeah. Let's get to the heart of the matter.
I think this might be my favorite match of the 2010s. It's from Todo XL Todo, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's L.A. Park versus Dr. Wagner Jr. from May 11th, 2013. In my head, this was a 2014 match. I don't know why I thought that, but it's not. Mm-hmm. It's definitely not.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about Todo XL Todo, or TXT?
So it was a promotion run by Elio Dos Santos. So he has a lot of matches in it. Like, this is where we pretty much have, like, the last quarter of his career is all, like, stuff from this promotion.
What's the big one is that tag with V4 and Solitario, right? And then there's the three-way match. What's that three-way match? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I do. It's
Angel Blanco.
Yeah, Angel Blanco Jr. and I want to say, is there some stuff with Demon Jr. that's good? I don't recall, honestly.
Probably.
There might be, but that might be before the Demon Jr. really kicks it into gear, which is like 2015, 2016.
Okay. Yeah, they had the mask match there, or I don't know. Yeah, the Triangular de la Muerte, Toto XL Toto, Santo versus Angel Blanco Jr. versus somebody else, right? I don't know. Oh, I didn't mean for the audio to play.
Yeah, all he had, the Solitario was in that, and then it was a mask versus match between Santo and Angel Blanco Jr.
Okay, yeah. I remember that being a pretty sick match, too. Those are the ones I remember specifically. But this one doesn't have Io del Santo. Have we ever covered a Santo match on the show? Seems like we probably should have, but...
I don't know. It feels like we should have, yeah.
It's weird. Well, we'll get around to it.
he's one of the greatest to ever fucking lace him up,
yeah. Yeah, he's one of the great wrestlers of all time, for sure. One of the great bleeders. One of the best topes ever. But unfortunately, he didn't make the 100th episode. He did not make Hundo. CN? Is that how you say 100? CN?
Yes.
Yeah, CN. Yeah. This is LA Park versus Dr. Wagner Jr., a feud that has gone for a long time, as far as I understand. And their children have been feuding also.
Yeah.
Over the last few years. Dr. Wagner, or El Hijo de Dr. Wagner, El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr., right? He's the one who won the Noah title?
Yes.
He was the GHC champion? It's kind of weird, right?
Oh, yeah, it is.
I mean, I hadn't been following it. Maybe it wasn't that weird if you were, like, watching it.
He had progressed from winning the tag titles to winning their, like, secondary... like their open weight title, I think, just a couple years ago too. So like but it is like weird that he got there in the first place.
Yeah, it's weird to imagine him winning that title when like Go Shiozaki is there or whatever, like when they have like other big time stars that Marufuji, like obviously those guys are older.
Kano, Kaito, and so forth.
Yeah, I think he lost. He won it from Kaito or lost it to Kaito. I forget which, but. Somebody's yelling.
He won it from Kaito and then lost it to Kano.
Okay. Somebody's yelling at us right now. They're yelling at me specifically. So this is like a famous image, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
The LA Park hanging the Dr. Wagner shirt over the back of the chair, setting it on fire and kneeling behind it and flipping him off through the flames. I feel like when this match first hit the internet, we all were just like, whoa, hell yeah. Like, you knew exactly what this was going to be from the moment you see that picture. And then it lives up to it. You know when you see like a single image from a match and it's like, oh, wow. But then there's no way it could live up to it, right? Absolutely does. And I think this is one of the best Lucha Brawls ever.
Oh, yeah. For the record, I had the Kano and Kaito the other way around, which I'm correcting now.
They're yelling at both of us, see?
Yeah, it's fine.
Those Noah nerds. I don't think they listen anymore.
Yeah.
Those of them. Those they. So, he sets the chair on fire. He sets the fucking shirt on fire in the chair, whatever. Wagner circles the chair, points at it, and then they begin brawling with the chair still on fire in the ring. Which is about the best way you could start a match, with an active fire burning in the ring that it's not really related, like, we just ignore the fire, we'll just start fighting.
Just this incredible act of ritual disrespect.
Yeah, ritual disrespect. I've heard it described as an effigy. Now, I'm not sure I know exactly what an effigy is.
I mean, it is like defacing his image, to be sure.
Sure. Park immediately gets the advantage. He tries to pull the burning shirt off of the chair, but he burns his own hand. You see him like pull his hand away,
Yeah.
kind of shake it off. And then he picks up the still smoking chair, and he smashes Wagner over the back with it. Now, the first one, the chair sort of hits the rope as well on the first swing, so it's not like a full-on burning chair to the back.
No.
But on the second one, and I'd have to imagine this chair is still smoldering, right? I mean, this is that's a hot chair. Wagner, he just gets smashed with it. And then he smashes him again, and then he plays air guitar with that motherfucker, That's what Park does. Wagner to the floor, Park follows him out, throws the hot chair at his head, hot chair, hot chip. All I know is charge phone, be bisexual, throw hot chair and lie. What's that tweet? You know the tweet?
Yeah.
Twerk, be bisexual, eat hot chip and lie. Yeah. Charge phone, be bisexual, throw hot chair and lie. In the crowd now. That's a famous tweet, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. In the crowd now, and they're in the second row, another chair shot. Park's already ripping that mask. I was watching this, and I was like, man, it's been a decade since I watched this match. When was the last time you saw this one?
5-6 years ago. Probably longer, though.
Yeah, it feels like a thing we should revisit once a year.
Yeah.
I think it might be my favorite Park match.
It's up there. I don't know. There's so many goddamn good Park matches.
I know.
So many good Wagner matches. It's tough.
Yeah. Wagner's his career's a little less interesting to me. I mean, there's a lot of good ones, obviously. Wagner Demon is
he's had less, he's less of a bridge burner. So
sure.
He's been able to stick with companies for longer, which means that his work rate era is still phenomenal stuff, and then his brawling era is good, but it is also great. But it's less that he can just set his own rules and stuff. It's he enjoys being part of AAA and having a steady income.
Well, he worked for those the New Japan in the late 90s, right? He was there all the time.
Oh yeah,
It's him and Silver King, and they're brothers. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can never remember who's.
Yeah, and he was continuously holding or challenging for the junior tag titles with it'd be him and Kendo Kashin, or I want to say him and Kanemoto challenge the other two Black Trunk boys, Otani and Takaiwa.
Yeah, I feel I've just scrolled through those results. I've never actually watched those matches, but I'm sure they're good, right?
Yeah.
Park never had that. Has Park ever wrestled in Japan?
Yes. He did some stuff with All Japan.
Oh, sure, of
Muto
course.
era.
Of course he did, of course, okay.
But he's so weird because he's not a junior, and he's never fit as a junior. But he also doesn't fit as a heavyweight in most promotions because he's stompy.
Yeah, but Wagner doesn't feel like a junior either. I mean, at least not here. Maybe he did back then. I don't know.
Yeah, he could clear the junior barrier and stuff. And then he got more jacked and as the older he got, and he's also a not a short man.
Yeah, he seems tall. Yeah, he seems tall for a luchador for sure.
Yeah, Nadahiru's brother really had classic junior builds. He was a little taller than Silver King, but they're both in the 205 to 20 range more than. Neither of them is fucking Ray Jr., obviously.
Right. Yeah. Silver King always felt like one of the bigger WCW luchadors from the late 90s. He fit more with the Villanos and stuff.
Yeah, him and Dandy teaming. He's definitely bigger than Dandy.
Right.
Him and his most famous team in fucking Mexico was him and Texano Sr. And Texano was basically the exact same build, where it's not super tall, but not like a midget, and like 205, 215 range.
Yeah, so big for Mexico for sure. Big for Lucha.
Yeah, like could fit as a heavyweight, natural like light heavyweight division kind of guy.
Sure. So they're like the arena's like pitch black.
Oh yeah.
And they're wandering in the crowd, and then they put the spotlight on them. I love it when they have to do that. I love it when like the two guys force the arena to change their lighting. Like, we didn't tell anybody we're gonna be out here, but we're doing it. You better fucking try to get us in the lights. And man, Park is just relentless. This first fall is just so fucking good. He lays he grabs the fucking guardrail. He lays it 45-degree angle against the stage. Scoop slams Wagner's ass on it. They're throwing trash at Park. He grabs like a sawhorse, I think it is.
He grabs that weird little step ladder.
Yeah, is it a step ladder? I thought it was a sawhorse, but is it a step ladder?
It's kind of got like a sawhorsey vibe to it.
Yeah. He slams Wagner in the fucking head with it. And there's that really pixelated LED board behind them. You know? Yeah. It's giving really fucking real 2013 vibes, if you ask me. And Wagner is just immediately bleeding from the head, soaking his ripped mask. And he just gets heaved into the crowd. He gets scoop slammed on the floor. And I don't know. I was at this point. I was loving this. I was fully immersed, but also I was just appreciating the pace of this work because it's so much easier to take notes on than the rapid fire, razor and box cutter spots or the arm bar trading of previous matches. But yeah, Wagner. He just gets his fucking ass kicked. This follows like the classical lucha big match structure too, of just like the Rudo beats the shit out of the fucking Technico for the first fall, then they switch places for the second, and then the third is a little more back and forth.
Yeah,
it's the best kind of match. It makes the most sense. He rolls Wagner into the ring, and then he just starts going and grabbing chairs from the crowd. And he throws like 6 or 7 chairs over the top rope into the ring. And Park does everything with just such a nonchalance, you know? Yeah. The fucking utmost ennui. He's just like, whatever.
He's been there before.
This is what I do.
He'll be there again.
Clock in, clock out, It's so mundane. And he just, occasionally he dances, but does he enjoy it? Or is he just doing it out of habit, He sets up 4 chairs to do a thing onto the chairs, but first he steps up onto the chairs, and he does a little pose, and then I'm pretty sure he does a jacking off motion. Did you clock that?
He might have. I think he might have done that. Yeah,
he did a little jack off motion. And then he power bombs Wagner across the 4 chairs, and then he pins him after this for the end of the first fall, right? But before he pins him, he takes the time to kick each chair one at a time, punting them over the top to the ring, and there's pieces of chair just flying into the crowd. I've never seen anybody do this. Just kick. It's like, I don't know, it looked like something out of a musical or something. He's just so operatic. And just punts them all into the crowd and clears the way to pin Wagner and win, La Primera Caída. And then he goes out and he grabs some more chairs. He gets some fresh chairs, He destroyed the last batch. And we go to an ad break, the Continuamos Regresamos graphic for Todo XL Todo. It's just a big gray bicep flexing. I really wish we had some commercials in this. I feel like that would have really put the icing on the cake, as if we had some ads, some local TV ads. Now, this is this a Lucha? Did Cubs fan record this?
I'm not 100% sure, but I do remember him having an upload of this at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely his upload, but re-uploaded to Dailymotion, because this is a Dailymotion upload. But this is I'm quite sure, right? With the big gray bicep, Todo XL Todo. And you gotta love that. So we resume to a close-up of Park ripping at Wagner's forehead and licking his fingers. He's gonna eat him. It's like the best match of all time. Like, it ticks all the boxes. He lifts Wagner to the top turnbuckle facing out, climbs up behind him, slams his head repeatedly into the top of the ring post. It's just absurd. Like, what was the match we watched? It was like a AAA match where somebody grabs somebody and just like sort of chicken wing and just bangs their head into the top turnbuckle over and over. What was that?
Was that fucking Park and Viano?
Oh yeah, it definitely was.
Boodrow?
Yeah, it definitely was. Of course, it's Park again. That's so funny.
He's the greatest basher of heads ever.
Yeah.
So like I remember him and Roosh in the CMLL match where he's just like trying to crack open Roosh's skull on the floor, and it's so cool.
Yeah, and I mean, that's an environment where neither of them can blade. So he's got to bring the fucking violence one way or another. And like he does it again right after this too. He's on the he hangs Wagner from the Tree of Woe, and like Tommy Dreamer style, sliding drop kicks a chair into his face. Wagner falls to the mat, and then Park grabs him by the mask and just repeatedly slams his head again. It's like a prolonged murder.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely absurd. He gives him a power bomb and a lazy jackknife pin, and he puts his feet up on the ropes, I swear, in full view of the ref, who counts anyways, but Wagner kicks it too. And also the ref, by the way, is Black Terry, and I don't know why. You said that, because I realized it towards the end, I was like, oh yeah, I kind of remembered this. But why Black Terry? Why is he the ref?
I just think it's as simple as that Santo liked him as a ref. He refed the match where Sulphur King dies, if you recall. Right. And that was on Santo Tour of England.
Oh God, that's right. I didn't know that he did that. I didn't know that he refed that.
Yeah.
Why though? Just have him. Why? Did he wrestle in the show too?
I don't think so, honestly. I think it was just. I don't necessarily know. It's a weird thing, but I think it's maybe just like you trust him to take care of the shit, but it's like, I mean, Black Terry is also like this tiny little old man, so I don't know, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if he wrestled for Todo, but I honestly can't recall him doing it.
He does look like a ref.
Yeah, I could find him wrestling a couple of shows for them. Okay.
It's just weird.
Like him teaming with Shuel Guerrero and
sure.
Scorpio Jr. and stuff like that.
With the Missionarios or whatever. Isn't that the name of their group? Or is that a different thing? That's the Navarro team.
Yeah, that was Navarro's.
Who's Black? I guess Black Terry the Cerebros, right? But Black Terry was like a part of a trio back in the 80s, right?
Yeah, he was part of Los Guerreros del Futuro and also Los Temerarios, Los Temerarios with Shu El Guerrero and Jose Luis Feliciano.
Okay, sure.
Which eventually became Los Guerreros del Futuro. They just got rid of Shu El Guerrero in favor of Damian El Guerrero, who is most famous for being fucking Virus's big version. He's more famous than anything. But yeah, we have a little bit of Los Temerarios. I think Shuel Guerrero is like the real star of that group, but I just love that guy.
Yeah, he's cool.
Terry doesn't really Terry's great forever, but it's like he was meant to be like a seedy indie guy.
Yeah, what a weird career he's had. I mean, just obviously on display here as he's the referee of this incredible match.
What's the date for this match again?
This is 5/11, 2013, May 11th.
Yeah. So he is not on this show, but he was on the show 2 weeks before, wrestling, teaming with Scorpio Jr. and Chuel Guerrero against Trio Fantasia. Super Minico,
sure.
Super Pinocchio, and Super Raton.
I don't know. I just can't. He's there. Book him in a match. He's the fucking best. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe, I mean, look, a match like this, this match is the third fall of this is gonna rely so much on referee antics as well. So if you don't have like one of the great referees, you don't have like a Tarantis or whatever, like, or Iho de Tarantis or whatever, to do the shtick, then I guess you get a guy who at least understands it. It's just so strange to me. But he's great. He's a great guy. Obviously, Black Terry's the man. The second fall, I feel like. I
mean, obviously, at this point in time, he is still like a 60-year-old man.
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah, I mean, he's not a full-time wrestler. He couldn't be, but I mean, he is though. He's training people in fucking Nakopon, presumably working there multiple days a week, whether in matches or just as a trainer. You know, I assume he still is, right?
He's always done some ref stuff for IWRG. He's just more recently, obviously, because he's really fucking old.
When's the last? Oh God, he's not even in this match. When was the last Black Terry match that was really good? Was it last year?
Probably last year. Maybe it might have been in 2022, though. Honestly,
yeah. He's not the easiest guy to Google, honestly. He's got a 9.85 on. He's in that big Legends Torneo from last year.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the last time we saw him and we're like blown the fuck away was 2021 but that is
Mr. Condor.
Yeah, and the Ricky Marvin match.
Oh sure, yeah.
So I mean that was obviously a productive year for him.
He lost his hair 3 months ago.
Yeah, and one of the cage clusterfucks.
That's so sad to make an old man like that shave his head.
Again, it's IWRG, so it's like
might have just been a snip.
Yeah, also it might have just been a haircut for free.
Sure.
Well, I don't need this hair right now.
Sure.
Just pay me a little bit.
So the comeback, the babyface comeback in a 2 out of 3 falls lucha brawl. If it comes, it's the timing of it's got to be right when you start to think, okay, the heel work is we're getting a little long in the tooth. So it's like you can always feel it if it's done right. You always know it right before it happens, and you're like, perfect, nailed it, you know. And they fucking nail it in this. It's just perfect timing for Wagner's comeback. He slides backwards out of a Davey Boy power slam, spears Park into a bunch of chairs that are set up near the corner, and he just goes to town on him with chair shots. Takes Park to the floor, launches him over the rail. Park flips and flies like way into the third row. Wagner holds a chair high above his head, looks in all directions, really milking the crowd reactions before delivering the chair shot. He's so good at this. And he rips Park's mask and climbs up on the ramp, poses with the beer bottle, and hits Park in the head with it twice, but it doesn't break. So then he just shatters it on the floor and starts cutting Park's head with it. It's just the best. It's the stuff. Huge lariat from Wagner in the ring. Stomps the mat. Crowd losing it. Park's bleeding a ton. You can see his like whole head of hair. The thick LA Park, the Adolfo Tapia hair.
He's got such a good head of hair.
It's so funny. We've seen his face more than we've seen the faces of people that don't wear masks, you know? But it's always covered in blood, and he's got like the black like mascara around the eyes for the mask, you know.
Yeah.
The Batman makeup.
Yeah, that just like the backlighting makeup, for lack of a better way to put it. It's like it's just like to cover up the fact that he does have human flesh.
Yeah.
That he's like, I don't need to see that. I'm here to create an illusion. Okay.
That's the reason the Pattinson and Batman is the best, because they actually show him wearing makeup, you know. Because he takes the gear off and he's like, oh yeah, you have to wear makeup under the Batman mask, or else it doesn't look right, you know. And so he's covered in blood. Wagner hits the Wagner driver to win the Segunda. Yeah. And it's a beautiful, perfect execution. The slow-mo replay of this, showing that he tucks the head under at the last possible moment, and it's just beautiful. And then continuamos, regresamos, and we return for Tercera Caída with that lovely lucha whistle, you know. And we've got the doctor at ringside, not Dr. Wagner, but El Doctore, the ring doctor, is here, tying a bandage around Park's head. Which is twice in this show we've seen somebody tie a bandage on someone.
This violates kayfabe a little less, I guess.
Yeah, look. John Rare tying a bandage around his opponent's arm is one of the most unique things I've ever seen in a match. So I'll give it to him just for, like, the weirdness factor. But this is classic lucha shit. The doctor trying to bandage the guy up between falls. You know? It's like a legitimate thing. It's like in boxing, you know, or whatever. They fucking try to close the cuts up or whatever.
Yeah.
So while he's having his head bandaged and wrapped in gauze, Wagner is standing just to the side, holding a chair, waiting for the doctor to be done. And they stand toe to toe in the ring. They do some overhand chops. At some point, Wagner does an open hand chop to like Park's lower back, like Bubba Ray Dudley does. You know? Like just a real dick move. And then, at this point, any move could potentially KO a guy who's lost so much blood, right?
Yeah.
And Wagner hits a beautiful enziguri for 2. Park comes back with 2 arm drags, goes for a third. Wagner pulls his arm back. Park spins and falls to the mat. Wagner punts him in the head. That's awesome. Mm-hmm. And then Wagner does the cutthroat gesture and stands over him. Scoop slams him, puts his hand to his ear like Terry Brother, and climbs the ropes, gets crotched by Park. Park then climbs the ropes and jumps off and is met with 2 boots right in the mush. So they're just like doing lucha tropes at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Park rolls to the floor. Wagner hits runs the length of the apron, flipping senton plancha. And
great signature dive.
It's so good. And it's so good late in the match when he's covered in blood, you know? It's a good dive to do early in a match, but you do it in the third fall when both of you are bleeding. It really adds to it, I think.
Yeah.
Doctor's back. Again, not Dr. Wagner. Doctore. He's back. He's wrapping a fresh bandage around.
Yes, El Medico.
El Medico. Yeah, but also not the luchador.
No, not Super Medico.
Not Super Medico. Just a doctor. Just a guy. Just a man. Man with gauze. He's wrapping a fresh...
Doctor Regulero.
There you are, yeah. He's wrapping a fresh bandage around Park's leaking skull, and Wagner's, like, working the crowd the whole time. And there's, like, an auntie, like a tia, comes over and, like, rubs his shoulders and, like, makes a fist at him, like, saying, you go in there and you finish the job. And it's if she was, like, older and had gray hair, it would put it over the top. But it was, it was just a nice lady in her 50s or whatever,
Yeah.
Early 50s. Late 40s. Let me be nice to this lady. She was well dressed. Back in, they trade just fatigued throws into the corner. Park hits like an alley-oop, dropping Wagner onto the top buckle, and then Wagner comes back with a drop toe hold in the second. And then Park hits his final cut thing. You know that movie always does?
Yeah.
It's like a reverse DDT into a spinning STO thing. I never know what to call that thing.
Yeah, like, it's just like... He's just dropping the arm on the neck. It's so weird. It's hard to describe, yeah.
Set up both the reverse DDT, spin 180, and kind of lariat him down, straight down. It's cool. It's a cool move. It's like the final cut, though.
It is the final cut, basically. Yeah,
but good, but better.
There's some good final cuts over the course of time, but yeah.
Sure, it's kind of a silly move in my opinion, but it's not impossible to do right. Yeah, this is where I noticed that it was Black Terry as the referee. So my next 2 notes are LMAO, why, question mark. Park hits the snap power slam for 2. Wagner comes back, hits the fucking Randy Orton draping DDT.
Vintage Randy Orton, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who did it first, right? Had to be Wagner, right? I mean...
Probably.
No idea. And then this is where we get into the referee shenanigans to finish the match. Wagner goes for a punch, but Park ducks, and he just lays out Black Terry, the referee, who is Black Terry, by the way. And then Park immediately kicks Wagner in the nuts, because that's what you do. Referee's down, kick him in the nuts.
Nuts.
Goes for the pin. Terry recovers just in time, but only to count 2. And then Park gets in Terry's face. Wagner then hits a low blow on Park and rolls him up for 2 as well. I wrote again here, why is it Black Terry? And then Wagner knocks Park on his ass, and he falls onto Terry. Terry's like behind Park, and Wagner punches him, and Park bumps onto Black Terry. And then Wagner goes for a running splash. Park moves. Referee Black Terry does not move.
No.
He just gets squished. And then Wagner hits another Wagner driver, and Terry counts to 3, but the whole time he's like waving. And then the cane pyro goes off from the corner post. And the match is over, and it looks as though Dr. Wagner has won clean with a Wagner driver and a 3 count in the third fall. Black Terry, who again is the referee, walks over and holds up L.A. Park's fucking hand, disqualifying Wagner. And then a bunch of confetti falls from the ceiling.
Why not?
And it gets dark, and like when the lights come back up, Park's gone. And Wagner's just in the ring full of confetti, looking pissed off and confused. And then a woman runs in and hugs him. It's just fucking hilarious. I just think it's the best. When I first got into Lucha, just a couple years before this match happened, this was like a culmination for me of everything I ever wanted. And then, of course, since then, I've gotten to Zona 23, and I would discover Coacalco and all these places that would make even better on the promises of what dirty ass Lucha could be. But this felt like the first greatest thing that I ever saw. I'm quite sure it was my match of the year that year. I don't know. What else was... What you got a 2013...
2013 is a pretty good year, but I mean, I don't know if you would have put, like, Rhodes Brothers Shield over this or something like that.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't. I mean, it's good.
Yeah. Brian Cena?
No. It's alright.
I
never rated that. You know what I prefer to that, weirdly enough, is Brian Triple H. I know it's ridiculous, but... although I have, Lesnar, Punk from that same show, maybe. Let's see here. Regal, Cassius Ohno, that was a big one for me.
Cesaro, Regal, that was late in the year, of course.
Sure.
We might... No, I think we had that, but... We had that, like, the last week.
It's the last week, I remember that, yeah. Team Hell No and Ryback versus The Shield.
Under Observer rules, yeah.
Oh, Charles Lucero versus Rey Hechicero.
I fucking love that match.
There we go. That's the one with the missed tope.
Yeah, that might be my favorite match of 2013, honestly, but I don't know. That's some good shit that year.
Yeah, it's a good year. Good year. Yeah. All right, well, I could just keep scrolling through matches. I'm not gonna do that. You want to do main event?
Main event time.
Oh, yeah. It's from WWECW. From June 11th, 2006. It is Terry Funk, Tommy Dreamer, and Beulah McGillicutty versus Mick Foley, Adam Edge Copeland, and Amy Dumbass, a.k.a. Lita. Yeah. Man, this has been one of my favorite matches for as long as I can remember. I think might have been the last match that I loved before I stopped watching wrestling.
That's interesting.
And I had mostly stopped by this point anyways.
Yeah. But well, I mean, this is a draw for if you're sort of have one foot out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend Josh got this pay-per-view. I've talked about him before. He wrestled as Chains. He's a juggalo. Great super kick. Did the Shining Wizard and the fucking Mist. Good guy. He called me up. I don't think I had talked to him in 6 months, and he was like, come over, they're doing another ECW show. I'm like, okay. I'll be there. I had not been watching the TV, and I had no idea this match was happening, but brought back the feeling, or whatever they say. What do they say?
Yeah.
The feeling is back? I'm actually going to crack a beer for this one. I got this beer.
Brought back the DMX vibe. DMX feeling is what I care about.
Sure, the DMX feeling.
This is a weirder but probably more cohesive and interesting version One Night Stand than the one before.
Sure.
I think I would say that Awesome Tanaka is the best One Night Stand match, but
you'd put that over this?
I think so. Yeah.
You're out of your mind. No way. This is one of the greatest matches of all time. Come on.
There's nothing is as compelling as the desperation in that match to me.
The fact that he dies like 2 weeks later is helpful, I guess.
He dies like 2 years later. But
is that it? Well, then
match,
I take it back. No way. I love those guys, but this is Terry Funk and Mick Foley setting each other on fire.
That's pretty good.
I'm
with it.
Terry Funk doing his eye shit. Callbacks. Atlas Security's here. Edge is a fucking freak. It's got Edge. The finish of this match is Edge humping a woman after assaulting her. That's unmatchable. Man,
Edge is doing some mad rape faces in this match.
It's crazy. This is one of the craziest matches of all time. I think this is the best. Not that I condone it, obviously. Cool video package showing Mick and Edge's awesome match from Mania 22. Do you like that?
I like that match, yeah.
Pretty cool match. Great finish. Foley's turn on Funk and Dreamer, which I've never seen. They apparently even brought back the hardcore title belt for a promo where Foley, Lita, and Edge deemed themselves the co-holders of the hardcore title years after it retired, which would put it in the canon of our series, which we gotta resume sometime soon.
Yeah, does raise compelling thoughts about whether or not at this time Mick, Edge, and Lita would have qualified as a throuple.
Well, it comes up, right? Because Beulah mentions threesomes, and you gotta wonder: is Foley is Edge and Foley Eiffel Tower? Like, are they kissing? Gotta wonder. See, that's the thing. There's a lot to think about in this one. Look, Mike Awesome, Masato Tanaka, pretty great. But you ever think about Foley and Edge double teaming Amy Dumbass? Think about it.
I don't need to think about it.
Think about it right now. Close your eyes and picture it. What is it, 4 a.m. there? Think about it.
How many shirts do you think Foley wears when he fucks? I see even more than when he wrestles. I think he's wearing like 3 shirts at minimum.
In this match, he set himself on fire, so I think he was probably wearing at least 3 shirts. When he fucks, I don't know. You know what? I don't know. He was married for a long time to the same woman. I think he probably felt pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's still married. He's also doing weird, like, horny money mark stuff.
Oh, yeah, tears up, yeah.
I don't understand Mick, but...
We don't have to understand him. He jumps out, he lets a mark throw him off a cage through a table. They put the tape library to good use in this one with a ton of excellent ECW clips. And Beulah doesn't factor into the build at all, I don't think. But she comes out with them, and they make it a 6-person intergender tag. Even though she doesn't factor into the match at all either until the very end.
Not really, yeah.
But it's great. The payoff is fantastic, and also nobody has to get pinned except for her, and it's disgusting and it's awesome. And it's truly ECW, I think that's what really gets me about this one, is that this feels as chaotic and disgusting as any ECW match ever did. Really. Foley gets on the mic. He's got like a legit black eye, or maybe it's makeup. What did you think?
I think it's legit.
Yeah, it looked real to me. It's hard to tell in 360p on Daily Motion, but it looked real to me. He grabs the stick and he says, "Yeah, I sold out. I sold out Madison Square Garden," which is just a Mick. It's just a great Foley bullshit line. And then Metalingus plays a song that I didn't know the name of until you told me.
Yeah.
On this day. Excuse me. Oh, my God. I tried to mute before I did that. On this day, Edge and Lita come out flanked by Atlas Security, which, again, they're getting all the details right. you know? On this show, it feels like every little piece is right there. Like, Heyman really thought of everything and put it all together. Joey mentions the Puerto Rican Pride Parade being this weekend, because there's a huge Puerto Rican flag out there.
Yeah.
And then Edge says something like, to you ECW fans, this is your Christmas, except your Santa Claus is Jewish, fat, bald, and gives out an endless supply of... What did he say? It bleeped. Do you have any idea what he said?
Probably bullshit. I'm not sure.
Is it just bullshit? Okay. Lita cuts a heel promo. It kind of sucks. They chant "You're a crack whore" at her, which is great. We get the fucking knockoff Alice in Chains song as Terry, Tommy, and Beulah make their way to the ring. And then, yeah, Beulah gets on the mic, says something about threesomes. And I was wondering, yeah, did Mick get a piece off Lita? Gotta wonder. I'm thinking about it again. You think about it too. Think about it right now. And then, yeah, I don't know. They fucking brawl. They do it ECW style, you know? This is the thing. You don't like... I don't think you like ECW.
I like certain things about ECW. You know what? I think I have... I think I just don't get juice for Dreamer, really.
Oh, but no, he's terrible. But he fills he fills his role in this match, and you know what his role is? Getting hit in the nuts over and over.
Getting hit in the nuts. I love seeing him getting hit in the nuts. That's undeniable.
He doesn't have to do anything else, and he doesn't really either. He doesn't do anything else. I mean, he does attack a woman, which is a classic ECW trope of a babyface attacking a woman.
Yeah.
But again, he's just filling the role. He gets hit in the nuts so many times in this match. And he's great at it. He's so good at that. It's what he was put on Earth to do, was to get hit in the balls. So Foley and Terry get in there pretty early on, and it's so cool, you know? It's so cool just to see those guys in there at this advanced age in the fucking Hammerstein Ballroom, which, again, was not really a venue that ECW was running when either of these guys worked there, but it is still an ECW venue. It looks so
it doesn't
cool.
become like an ECW main stand like 98, really.
Yeah. Although, yeah, maybe Funk wrestled for him there. Maybe. I don't know. But Funk slaps Foley twice, and Foley just immediately just starts saying, "I don't want to be here. This is a bad idea. I don't want to be here." Which is so funny.
Him pussing out is great. There's no denying that.
And this is like kind of the character he played at the very end of his ECW run too. So it's again, everything's like calling back to something here.
Like he wanted to listen to Metallica, and he did not. And he told me my Leonard Cohen albums were boring.
Yeah, exactly. Funk heaves the chair backwards over his head, and in classic Terry Funk fashion, just the laws of funk physics, that chair just happens to land right on Foley's head. How does he do it? How does Funk manage to throw things in the air and they come down right where he'd want them to?
The first Hammerstein Ballroom show for ECW might have been in 2000, which seems insane.
Yeah.
Because they're still running the Elks Lodge, of course, though, until like in 2000. So I don't know.
That's a similar looking building, right? With
the
balcony.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever ran the Manhattan Center's ballroom. I wouldn't be surprised, but I honestly just don't know off the top of my head.
Why do all those buildings look the same? Does the same guy build all of them?
Well, I mean, the Hammerstein and Manhattan Center are the same building. It's just Hammerstein Ballroom. And
right.
Yeah.
I guess I did know that. I didn't know that. It's
a weird demarcation as to about like which room they're running.
Well, one's bigger than the other one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which one's bigger?
Hammerstein, as far as I know.
Really? Interesting. Which one had the first Raw? That's the Manhattan Center, right?
That's Manhattan, yeah.
Pathetic. Pathetic. Which one did they do, like, Final Battle 2016 or whatever at?
Are we talking about the one that had the Adam Cole match? Jay Briscoe match, or no?
I don't know. It had the fucking Bullet Club. I don't know.
I think they probably ran Hammerstein. I don't honestly remember because they would go back and forth. They ran a lot. They ran those both a lot.
Sure. You know, Lita would go back and forth between Mick and Edge, fucking them. That's what I'm saying. It's happening. This is happening. Dreamer bends a street sign over Foley's head. Fucking brutal. And then Funk smashes Edge.
For the record, that was Hammerstein.
That was okay. Cool.
No, yeah, the first show at the Hammerstein Ballroom of any kind, according to wrestling data, was fucking the ECW in August 2000, which seems absolutely insane.
Tag title tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love those shows.
Those are great. No, I'm a big fan of ECW in 2000. I think that's a very fun run.
Yeah, give me Scotty Anton, my guy. I'm serious. I'm not even joking.
No, I know.
I love that shit. All right, Dreamer bends a street sign over Foley's head. Funk smashes Edge right in the face with a trash can. Not an overhead swing, sort of like a chest pass in basketball.
Yeah.
Just two hands pushing the fucking can forward right into his face. Just awesome. Edge comes back with the street sign, smashes Tommy even harder than he hit him. Funk and Foley fight up the aisle. We get the super fast EC dub chant.
Yeah.
Like, you know, these are the real fans when they're like, they got the cadence right. Because it wasn't, you know, now when people chant,
it's really slow.
It's slower.
Dub.
Yeah, because it's like all rhythmic. No, these guys didn't understand how to keep a rhythm at all. They were so entranced that they had to say it as quick as possible.
They just wanted to say it a bunch of times over and over, yeah.
See how many times we can fit it in per minute. In the ring, Edge has a ladder, runs fucking, just jams Tommy in the face with it. Just harsh shit. Sets it up 45-degree angle in the corner. The crowd chants, "Fuck you, Edge." And again, the crowd, this is a proper ECW crowd. They are not sitting down for a second. They are on their feet for the entire match. It feels like a genuine ECW crowd. Edge charges in for a spear to Dreamer into the ladder, but Dreamer sidesteps, hip tosses Edge into the ladder. Funk gets the ladder on his head and spins around like it's barely legal. A move that, if it's done by anybody to this day, it gets Terry Funk chants from almost any audience in the world.
Yeah, Mr. Iguana can do that in fucking Monterey, and it's Terry Funk chants.
People know. He's the best. Best wrestler of all time. Right?
Yeah. Wait, we talking about Terry or Mr. Iguana?
It's Terry, but Mr. Iguana's good. I like him.
Mr. Iguana is one of the best wrestlers we know.
Yeah, for sure.
He is one of the best wrestlers to have received a Super Porky pin.
Right.
I gave that to some good fucking wrestlers, though. I gave it to Gringo Loco and Sam Adonis, too. I like those guys.
Nice. Yeah, I should bring a couple with me to Chattanooga, shouldn't I? And some LA Park cat stickers. Yeah. Did I get you one of those?
Yes. I'm very happy to have that.
Yeah, that's another one of my wife's impeccable designs.
Good,
yeah. We never put those up for sale. I don't know. We should, but you know, it's difficult. And then you got to ship them and shit. You know?
Yeah. Man, Edge is a nasty motherfucker in this match, I will say. Because it's not like he's going out there and taking a lot of damage, and he shouldn't be. He should be treating this schlub Tommy like he's like the fucking Jinko wearing fuck he is. But he does get cut up a little bit, and he's not bumping big. He doesn't have to. There's not really any big bumps in this match except by Terry.
Yeah, well, and
Terry
Mick,
just does not give a fucking shit. Yeah, Mick takes that great bump from the apron to,
and he's on fire while he does it. To be fair, that amplifies it. Yeah, Edge.
Dreamer not much of a bumper after like 1996.
No, yeah, I mean he did his time though. He had the Brian Lee feud.
Yeah.
And he also lands on his nuts so many times in this match.
He gets hit in the nuts a lot. It's so much fun to. I mean, I will say I have a lot of fun watching him maneuver ways into getting hit in the nuts, and it makes you wish that he had like a AAA run against I don't know, Cybernetica or something. Wouldn't have been a good match, but it would have been a great match. Him, like Tommy Dreamer and Electroshock or something.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds great. Parker Jr. versus fucking Cybernetica versus Dreamer. That sounds like a lot of
these things
not
could
very
still
good
happen.
fun.
These things could all still happen. He's still
Well,
wrestling.
not that one. I mean, Parker too was dead. But
sure. Okay. Yeah. R.I.P. That was very sad.
it was.
Yeah, I think Edge is great. I think this is one of Edge's best performances, honestly. He's just nasty. He's just a piece of shit. And he does, I mean, he takes the bump into the ladder. That's not nothing.
That's not nothing.
And, you know, all right, so Terry, they set the ladder up, and 61-year-old Terry Funk climbs the ladder. And presumably he's going to backflip off of it like he did at Barely Legal, you know, whatever. And many other times. But specifically, they're calling back a lot of stuff here, right? Mm-hmm. Edge, from the floor, climbs up onto the apron and manages to push the ladder backwards. And Terry takes this fucking... It's like 10 feet up in the air, and it's just a hellacious back bump with the ladder coming down on top of him even. And the crowd chants Terry. They chant the name of the man who took the bump. You know? It's what it's all about. And then Dreamer gets Edge up for the DVD, and Lita runs in, and what does she do? Kicks him in the nuts! Which we know he loves. He loves to have his nuts kicked. It's well known. We know that when Tommy Dreamer, you know, he thought about jumping the rail at WrestleMania 17 with a gun or whatever, what he really wanted was just somebody kick him in the nuts.
So, do we think he's a CBT guy or a guy who is just extremely fixated on his own genitals? Without necessarily being a CBT guy.
Oh, I think he gets hard from it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, torture and pain are two different things, so I don't know. I mean, I
don't know if I don't know if like Beulah is doing binding on him or whatever.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's into sounding or any of that business. But I think he just likes to get kicked in the nuts. I think it's two different things.
It could also just be part of it is that he just thinks he is like a weird irony guy to some extent. Despite also being a profoundly sincere man, he's just very.
Oh, no.
I think the idea of that he's just like, I just think it's very funny to get hit in the nuts over and over, and then that's how he sort of. I think that's how he justifies the fact that he likes. Getting
that's
hit
what
in
he
the
tells
nuts.
people. He says it's funny. That's what he tells people. But no, he's getting off.
No, well, I mean, we all get off, but physically. But do we get off mentally? I think he might be trying to lie to himself and lying to the world around him.
Whoa.
Like he just tells his wife, "No, I think it's funny," but it's like, "Yeah, of course I think it's funny," but then like the little Tommy inside him is like, "You love it."
The little Tommy inside of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I'd love to see like Satnam Singh hit him in the nuts.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Just get like a gigantic man hitting him in the nuts.
Line up the whole Jarrett crew and let him just take turns on his nuts. I mean,
Parker Boudrow's hitting him in the nuts.
Yeah, Parker Boudrow. Yeah. Now there's a guy in AAA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just. I think he's not that complex. I think he just. I think he enjoys pain, and that's the only thing that makes him happy. You know? I think it's pretty simple, honestly. He doesn't seem like a complex guy to me, is all I'm saying. He's a guy with a complex, but not a complex guy, you know? So yeah, he gets hit in the nuts. Where was I? That could be anywhere. Let's search nuts. Control F, Tommy's balls. All right, Edge and Foley pull a piece of plywood covered in barbed wire, which is what they call it on commentary, but it's also known as a barbed wire board.
This is a damn barbed wire board, bro.
This is the best barbed wire board of all time. It's thick plywood with handles on the sides of it.
Yeah. How funny is it that they have that spare board, by the way?
I thought it was there, so they pull out that other board first, and it's sort of floppy. It's, like, thin. Yeah. I thought it was there to protect it, like, so that, like...
Maybe. I've seen that done before, right? Yeah, I feel like I've seen that.
To sandwich it so, like, nothing else catches on it, so you're not ripping apart the ring skirt when you put it in there, maybe?
Or, like...
I didn't write that down, but I thought pretty hard about it.
And then just in case someone doesn't realize it's there, it's like it's a little bit of cover.
Yeah, say the blue meanie goes for a fucking chair or whatever. You don't want him nicking himself. That guy's on blood thinners, you know.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting, and it is again.
Plus, I mean, there's certain people where you might just want to distract them from seeing a board covered in barbed wire.
Sure.
Kurt Angle was on this show.
Yeah,
that's a man who would love to do a moonsault into a barbed wire.
Oh
board.
Yeah, he would steal it. I love that idea.
He would, and they're like, and then just fucking like Shane McMahon coming up to him and Kurt took the board. You mean he took the board? What are we gonna do? We don't have a board.
I think, God, it's so we've never done that match, right? We haven't. No, we're gonna do that for the McMahon series, the Kurt Shane match.
Kurt and Shane, yeah. Which we will. We're going to kick that back in. We're going to talk about Shane within the context of Steve Blackman. I think that is the answer.
Right. Of course.
And then we'll figure out how to get to the Vince stuff.
Is this show starts with Kurt Angle versus Chris Benoit, doesn't it?
No.
It's Kurt Angle and Randy Orton.
And Randy, yeah.
Is Benoit on the show?
I don't think so, honestly.
He's an ECW guy, though.
Yeah, but like, who is he going to wrestle? Jericho
Sabu.
wasn't there.
I know Sabu wrestled Ray,
that's
right?
Ray. That match rocks.
That match
that's
is
a fucking
very good.
awesome match.
Yeah. I like this show. I think this whole show's good. I think
the
main event's awesome. It's like kind of simple, but it's RVD versus Cena. I mean,
yeah, I think this is a better show than the first one. There's only a couple of guys who I wish were in on it. Like Sandman, obviously, but this one also has Tony Mamaluke. So right. Beggars can't be choosers.
Right. No, and the first one night stand is Sandman and who versus?
It's Sandman and Dreamer versus the Dudleys.
And Dreamer. Okay, it's like a short but like a good brawl.
And and there's a flaming table spot, which that's undeniable.
Right. Yeah. Let's see here. This is Balls and Masato is good. It's short, but it's good. Cool.
Yeah, it's not as good as the Awesome match. It's not,
sure.
But it's still.
This match is better than that. So. You just don't like ECW. That's what I decided. Because you don't like the fucking Pitbulls match. I swear to God.
I don't love the Pitbulls match. I think the Pitbulls match is all right.
I think in 5 years we're gonna watch it again, and you're gonna see the light. That's what I think. For episode 200, we're gonna watch. Episode 200, we're gonna watch Hotta Kandori 1, and the Pitbulls versus Stevie and Raven. All right, and we're gonna see if you like that match better, and we'll see if I know which woman is which. And that's episode 200. All right, 5 years from now. Got it?
Got it.
All right. Fuck, where the fuck was I? The barbed wire board. The plywood covered in barbed wire, of course. They slide it in the ring, Edge and Foley do. They do like an Onita-style suplex of the board. You know, Onita would do the table suplex and shit. They suplex the barbed wire board onto Dreamer. And you see it stick in his hair as they pull it away. And they like this is like the sharpest barbed wire. It's like crazy how
really good barbed
sensitive
wire.
It sticks in everybody's shit.
It's real crazy that they brought that out for a WWE pay-per-view.
Yeah. And
ECW be damned. Like ECW wasn't bringing out all of the craziest barbed wire all the time as a rule.
Right. Well, we talked about the fucking Royal Rumble 2000 match where we cracked the code that there were two different 2x4s, and one of them was gimmicked and one of them wasn't. The one that Foley took was like not, and the one that Hunter took was. Right?
Yeah.
That was on one of my birthday episodes. I haven't listened to that back, but I'm pretty like we fucking figured it out.
No, I believe that. I believe that is true. Yes.
The referee takes it away, and then Foley goes and gets it again, and pulls it out from behind somewhere. I'm like 99% sure. Sorry, they lift it again. Edge and Foley lift up the board again. They're going to drop it on Dreamer a second time, but Funk on the floor yanks their legs out, and it falls onto Edge and Foley's face. Edge retreats to the floor, and I guess, does he blade? Is there Edge blood in this?
I don't think that's a blade. I think that's hardware.
Just wire? Okay, cool.
Yeah, hardware is a weird word to use in that context.
Well, it's
but yeah, it was cut by a a third-party object.
Sure.
And I would call the blade a second-party object, because it's
Yes.
just on your person.
Yeah, and a house party object. Oh, that's the show. That's the show where he broke Sabu's neck, I'm pretty sure. Right? Wasn't that a house
that's
party?
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Joke doesn't really make any sense, but I'm just trying to make ECW references to prove that I love the brand. I thought Edge ducks to the floor, and I thought he was bleeding out there, I guess, but he didn't actually bleed enough to make me think it was a blade. So, and we know Edge can blade because we know it from this same year, the matches he has this same year with fucking Taker and Cena.
Yeah.
Or maybe not this next year with Taker, but
the year before the Matt Hardy cage match.
Oh yeah, that's a good match. So yeah, Dreamer and Funk set the wire board up in the corner. They shoot Foley in. He stops short, puts his hand in it, in the wire, and it grabs onto his shirt. Like, he doesn't hardly touch it at all, and it just magnetizes itself into his clothing. It's crazy. It's crazy how sharp it looks. And then he backs away, turns around, and Dreamer and Funk... This is probably my favorite spot in the match, actually. Except for the fire and the finish. Actually, it's not my favorite spot in the match, but I love this spot. Just because they do, 20 fucking punches. They just punch him 10 times each. Funk and Dreamer just punch. And it's a straight up, just the crowd is just going, yeah, with every punch. And it's so fucking exhilarating. Just an old-fashioned shit, The crowd is excited by every single punch. And then when they grab him both by the hair and fling him backwards into the wire, and the board doesn't break. He just hits the wire and the board, and he just sinks down, and his shirt and his hair stay where they were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His body goes down, the hair and the fucking shirt stay right where they first touch, because it is the sharpest fucking barbed wire you've ever seen. It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And then, let's see here. Oh yeah, Dreamer goes to the floor, and he says, "Drop me on my nuts, Adam." So Edge drops him on his nuts, nuts first on the rail. I was just what the fuck? Why do this here?
This man loves getting his nuts racked. There's just no way around it.
He's gonna, at any opportunity, he's gonna go do it. And then Edge rolls in, and Funk, this is also another great moment. Funk delivers this incredible left hand, this punch. He turns around and just fucking clobbers Edge. And Edge, bumps hard and rolls to the apron. It's so good. And then he turns around, and Foley throws the barbed wire board into his face. And Funk just takes a back bump with the board on him. And it's crazy. It's such a small barbed wire spot, but it just looks like hell, and it comes right after that incredible punch. I rewound it 4 times. God, I love this fucking match. Referee Jim Molyneux sort of grabs the board by the corner, and he's peeking underneath it, he's listen, Terry, I want to get this off of you, but Funk it's just stuck in this shit. So then Lita gets a strand of loose wire from under the ring, hands it to fucking Foley, and at this point they've lifted the board and the wire off of Funk, but it's still stuck in his hair and his shirt and part of his wrist tape, and he can't he's trying to slowly get out. Jim Molyneux's trying to pull him out, and Foley's just all right, let's next spot. Wraps the fucking wire around his own arm and just starts punching Terry in the face with it and grinding the wire and doing his weird wrist shots. We've talked about it before, but the Mick Foley pseudo punch, also just back of edge of the wrist shot, but it's the wire, and he gets him he grinds the wire in his face. I think they chant "You sick fuck" or something at Foley at this point.
Yeah.
And they're chanting "Terry, Terry, Terry," and this is where Funk starts yelling, "Oh no, ma!" Calling back 25 years prior to to an empty Mid-South Coliseum.
To some shit that did not happen in ECW, but it's Terry Funk.
This is Funk.
Terry Funk is
history.
allowed to talk. Terry Funk is allowed to reference whatever he goddamn wants. It's Terry Funk.
He's
You
playing the hits.
Fox not to reference the Jerry Lawler Empty Arena match.
And people know it. People know that stuff, you know? I mean, I think those people in that audience knew it. Even though it's not in the WWE tape library, it never will be. But it's like, it's so important, so iconic. People know the Empty Arena. Fucking Foley, like, references the Empty Arena when they're building up the Rock match in 99. He mentions it, you know? Or Lawler does in commentary, maybe. Like, I know they mention it. You know, it's part of the lore.
Yeah.
Funk Lawler, Empty Arena is part of the overall lore of hardcore wrestling. It just is. And these people know it. And he's saying, oh no, my eye. And he's saying, my God, my eye, my God. And they show a close-up of some random lady in the crowd with a horrified look on her face. Like, they found one person who isn't popping. They found this Asian lady. She just looks terrified. And they show her for a second, which is a great move. And then the paramedics come. The same ones who helped Spidar Boodrow, I'd have to imagine. They come and they say, we got to get you out of here, Terry. We got to get you out of here. Which I love how, like, audible it is. And then they rush Terry to the back. The crowd's chanting, we want Sandman at this point. And where is Sandman? Why is he not on the show?
That's a great question.
Because he's around in the first... He kills the zombie or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The first week of TV? Isn't that the first match on ECW and Sci-Fi?
It is, yeah.
What the hell happened to the Sandman? It's weird. I
love the idea that they just were like, we don't want to fucking steal this shit.
We don't know what to do with him. Yeah, fuck it. Just have him come out and drink beer. I don't know. Easy enough. Foley grabs a barbed wire baseball bat now, hits Dreamer with it, and then guess what they do next with that barbed wire baseball bat? Can you take a guess what they do to Tommy Dreamer with the barbed wire baseball bat?
They stick it in his nuts.
They lay it on his cock. They lay it on his dick and balls, and they let Lita leg drop the barbed wire bat into his junk. Unfucking believable. Just can't help himself. Foley pulls out Sacco. He gives the claw to Beulah, who hasn't done anything except for stand on the apron the entire match. Poor lady. She's here to do just a couple things. Get a dirty sock stuck in her mouth and speared and humped. That's what she's here for.
Apparently, Sandman is at One Night Stand, and what he does is he beats up Eugene with a cane.
Oh, I kind of remember that, actually.
Yeah. Well,
good for him. Fuck that guy. Eugene. Fuck that guy. You know what I was going to say.
it was a difficult gimmick.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. Oh, I watched not that long ago. Is it New Year's Revolution from 2005? It's got a pretty good elimination chamber that's got like 5 out of 6 guys blade. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But the opener is Regal and Eugene versus Tomko and Christian, and I couldn't even tell you why I decided. I could tell you why I decided to watch it because I saw that there was an elimination chamber match that had quintuple juice.
Yeah,
but I decided to watch the whole show.
Run of elimination chambers with fucking blood in them, and they're all sick. Even a match as stupid as SummerSlam 2003 with Hunter in his fucking bike shorts is fundamentally pretty good.
Haven't seen it in a long time, but I believe you. I take your word for it. This Tomko Christian versus Regal and Eugene match, pretty goddamn good, except for that Eugene's doing that whole business, but the end of it is he blows his knee out really bad, and they have to quickly go to a finish, and he immediately drops the gimmick. He's just a normal guy with a fucked up leg.
Poor bastard.
Oh, it's great. Highly recommend people check that out. It's the opener on New Year's Revolution 05.
But you know what? They still retain the tag titles.
Yeah. I think it's a quick roll-up a la Austin breaking his neck at SummerSlam 97. Owen. All right, so he drops the leg into his barbed wire bat.
Brother Owen.
Brother Owen. Okay, Foley gets the claw on Beulah, then Dreamer gets up, his dick fully erect, and stops him Foley then sticks the claw in Dreamer's mouth, holds him in place so Edge can spear him. And then Edge turns his sights on Beulah and does the face. The face is disgusting.
It's a horrible face.
He's got
the cut to Beulah.
I know, she looks scared.
It's very funny, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Beulah's great. Beulah's a champ.
Oh, sure. We love Beulah, yeah. She's awesome. Beulah versus Bill Alfonso. It's going to be on the show sometime. We'll cover it at some point. It's got
Honestly, you know what this match could have used?
Beulah
Kimono interference.
Oh, wait, say again?
Kimono interference.
Kimono Wanalea?
Yeah.
What is kimono interference? She's just dancing at the top of the thing, or she actually comes
she
in?
just does like a bad Singapore cane shot to Lita.
Oh, sure.
I'd have been happy as hell to see that.
Yeah, we could have used a few more women doing cat fights for sure.
Just throw in like the idea of like all of the ECW original women just like coming in and just doing the shit out of Lita is so funny. Hell yeah.
I'd love to see Jazz up in there.
Like even when it doesn't make sense, which is the classic like thing people bitch about, like why does Arn Anderson care about Dusty Rhodes' kids? The past is the past, okay? We got different fish to fry.
If you're asking that question, then you don't know. You're not ready for the answers.
Like the idea of like Dawn Marie and Francine coming out to just beat the shit out of Lita. Come on, that's worth its weight in gold.
I love Dawn Marie. She's so cool. Yeah. She's so funny. Like being goofy while Lance Storm's super serious. I love Dawn Marie.
Yeah, just like the idea of it, just like it was a sisterhood of having to be in fucking ECW with all of these goddamn freaks, and you can't experience that.
Knowing it might be your turn. You might be your turn tonight to get hit by the cane or humped or whatever, or pile driven while your tits fall out of your shirt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. They deserved this moment. That would put it way over the top.
Plus, I'm sure one of them would have loved to hit Mick in the face with a cane.
Yeah. Well, and then one of them could also turn on Tommy Dreamer and hit him in the nuts. He would have loved that.
True.
He would have lined up. He would have had him line up. What if that happened in this match? What if all the ladies came and act like they were going to attack Foley and Edge, but then they all turn on Dreamer and take turns hitting him in the nuts? Did Tommy Dreamer book this show? What the hell's going on here? All right, so Foley's got him in the claw, holds him for Edge to spear him, and then Edge turns his sights on Beulah, grabs her by the hair, and puts her into a pump handle position.
It's very weird.
Edge, not a guy who does a pump handle slam.
He's not Test, a better wrestler than Edge.
That's interesting. That's an Elio Del Simon fucking list if we're asking for one for sure. The pump handle. Weird. Yeah, Road Dog. This is a Road Dog move for sure.
Yeah. And I will say the Edge and Lita combination is great because they do feel like a pair of serial killers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
they
disgusting.
Feel like an absolute piece of shit combination of human beings. That's great. That's what you want. I think
outside of the initial Hardy stuff outside of the initial Matt Hardy stuff, this is the best representation of the depths of their depravity.
Yeah.
I think they nail it here. And he's got Beulah bent over and he's like kind of fucking, I don't know. This is all disgusting,
and she's
obviously.
Doing Hardy Brothers Team Extreme
like air humping.
Yeah, it's so very weird, but it's funny.
I never really considered the Team Extreme taunt as an air hump, but in this context, it's definitely an air hump. Oh, it's horrific. And then, through the crowd, Terry Funk returns, holding a barbed wire 2x4 overhead so as not to cut anybody.
With his wrapped eye, because he's Terry Funk, he only really needs one eye to wrestle.
That's right.
Might not need either, honestly.
That's very true. I
have become a salamander. I understand wrestling for echolocation.
Yeah.
I can hear your pussy little voice, Foley, and I will fuck you up.
Just keep hitting Tommy in the nuts, and I'll be able to make my way to the ring from the sound.
Yeah, he's like Daredevil.
Yeah, he is like Daredevil. Yeah. um,
I grew up in Hell's Kitchen with my daddy.
Yeah. My brother's fucking old. Yeah. So you see him, he climbs over the rail. There's two little kids there. And I swear, one of the kids, like, I don't know if he just gets Funk's blood on him or if he accidentally cuts, like, touches the barbed wire. Because there's a kid that's right next to him. And the kid, after Foley goes over the rail, the kid's, like looking at his arm, like the back of his arm. Like he either got Funk's blood on him or cut his own arm with the fucking barbed wire 2x4.
It could definitely be like that kid, like just being like, wait, am I, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on? This is a weird...
You see a crazed old man with a 2x4 wrapped in barbed wire. God knows what could have happened to you.
Yeah. Cool thing to see. Cool thing to bring an 8-year-old to that show, also.
Yeah, that seems illegal, but it's a WWE show, so it wasn't like they were going to give a shit. It wasn't like ECW gave a shit, after all.
Yeah. You don't see a lot of kids in ECW crowds, though. You really don't. Not like IWA Mid-South shows.
No. I mean, you have the baby that Pillman was going to hit.
Right.
And that Shane Douglas got very upset. He could have hit a baby.
Yeah.
And that's one of my favorite things from the CW timelines, kayfabe commentaries they did. And then you cut to Sam Man. We're going to have fucking babies. That baby was a plant.
That baby was a plant.
That's so fucking good. Jim is the funniest motherfucker of all time.
Philly Jim. God, all right. So Funk gets in the ring. So Foley and Edge are gonna do unspeakable, horrible things to Beulah, right? And but they're stunned by Terry Funk with one eye walking to the ring with a barbed wire 2x4 through the crowd, and then we cut back to them, and Dreamer hits them both in the nuts. Turnabout
is fair play.
He gets them good, and then Funk hits Foley and Edge twice with the barbed wire 2x4. And then he's got a lighter. He can't seem to get it lit. They cut to people in the crowd who have suddenly become very quiet. This is the quietest the crowd is for the entire match. And then they cut back, and Beulah is there with the lighter helping him light it. And she's got a deranged look on her face, too. It's so good. And then the fucking flame goes up, and it's a big flame.
It's a big flame.
It's huge. It's like, it's absurd. It's like, the Royal Rumble 2000 flame is nothing compared to this. Or what, the No Way Out 2000, whichever one has the fire in it.
Yeah.
Do both of those have fire? Or just No Way Out? Cell match? I think
it's just No Way Out, actually, yeah.
It was the escalation, right? Big flame. And then Edge is ducked out at this point. He hits Foley first in the chest and then in the back. And as he pulls the wood and the wire away, you see one of the flames. The flame is still going on Foley's fucking flannel.
Hilarious.
And the crowd recognizes it too as you get one of those slow emerging pops, that is like very specific to a crowd slowly realizing something. And Foley, on fire, he steps through the ropes, still on fire. He steps to the apron, and Foley hits him. Funk hits him one more time with the wire 2x4, and he bumps off the apron into the barbed wire board, which is, I guess, on a table outside now. I don't know when they set that up.
Yeah.
They didn't really show it that much, but it
makes a fantastic sound when he crashes.
It's a good crack, yeah. And then he lays there for a second, and he's going, oh, and then they fucking hit him with a bunch of fire extinguishers.
Very funny.
And then Funk goes out to the apron, too, and he's like going, you cocksucker, you fucking dickhead. And then Edge fucking just knocks him off, and Funk just lands in the wire next to Foley. And it's perfect. It's a poetic end. It really is. It's just beautiful for them to end up there together after all this, tied in the same barbed wire together, like the end of Heat, And then Dreamer hits a DDT on Edge. Bam, crucifix pose. He grabs the strand of barbed wire from earlier, puts him in a crossface, the barbed wire around his mouth and fucking eyes and shit. And then Lita tries to break it up, and what would a classic ECW match be without a babyface committing violence against a woman? So Dreamer gets her up, hits the DVD, yells EC fucking W, or I think he just yells ECW.
Yeah.
And then Beulah's in there too, and they hit the crucifix pose together, and it's the biggest pop of the night. And look, Dreamer sucks, right? I'm not a fan either, but this is his moment. And it's a quintessential Dreamer moment because it's immediately over.
Yeah.
And Edge wraps some barbed wire around Dreamer's face from behind, hits the Edgecution.
I want to say that's the Edge-O-Matic.
Is it the Edge-O-Matic? Excuse me, the Edge-O-Matic. Yes, the Edge-O-Matic, barbed wire assisted.
A lot of silly moves.
Yes, he did. And the moves, but also the names. But the moves also were pretty stupid. A lot of them were bad. And that leaves only Edge and Beulah. And he hits her with probably the best spear I've ever seen Edge hit. Because she bumps crazy for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we did let's point out the catfight spot.
Oh, the catfight. I'm sorry, catfight.
Because,
shit.
Again, secretly an episode of Barefoot is Legal.
Oh,
we get Barefoot Beulah.
Yeah, she takes her shoes off before she does it. Yeah. She, the catfight, and Joey yells. I can't believe I didn't write that down. It's funny.
Speaking of freeways, Beulah, Joan Kasai, and Necro.
Yeah,
the Barefoot Bandits of our 100th episode.
Is that the only when the Haystacks? Hey, we brought him up. We talked about Haystack Calhoun.
Haystacks Calhoun likes to watch.
Yeah. You can't miss him though. You can't ignore him. He's in the corner, but he's also just taking up half the room. Yeah. And he hits the I was gonna make another joke about Haystacks jacking off, but it's late.
Ajax.
Ajax, yeah. Come soon. Yeah. He's fucking it's the best spear he's ever hit. Seriously. She bumps.
It's a great spear.
And it's not even I don't think he even nailed her that hard. It looks as safe as any other Edge spear, but she bumps better than anybody's ever bumped for it. She makes that fucking paycheck.
Plus, it's got all the menace in it too.
Yeah, it's disgusting. You see his face, but he's licking his lips as he sees her fucking in the middle of the ring. It's disgusting. And then he pins her with her legs over her head, and he humps her in rhythm to the 3 count. Unbelievable.
Joey Styles is gassed.
It's absolutely disgusting. It's seriously the most vile finish I've ever seen to a wrestling match. It's undeniable. I think for everything that ECW has ever represented and for being a provocative, dirtbag thing, and this being one of the last chances they ever had to do that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
And also it's bringing in, different eras of ECW, and Edge and Lita, as the nastiest part of that era of WWE, obviously, and just ties it all together. And also Jim Molyneux, the referee, he says, "Come on," when he pins him, and Edge says, "Count,
Tommy." Yeah.
He's like, "Count." Fucking awesome. And it's just disgusting. And we cut to Foley and Funk still stuck in the wire. Edge goes out and violently yanks Foley out of the wire, which is in stark contrast to Tommy waiting patiently for them to get the fucking wire cutters to get Terry free. And Taz says about Edge, "What a sick dude, man." Which
Taz is great in this match, I think.
Yeah. I think him and Joey are both spot on here.
I think he's a good partner for Joey for sure.
Yeah. I couldn't say how those first few weeks of ECW and Sci-Fi go, but
because I don't. The year before with Joey and Mick is not great.
I don't remember that. I didn't even remember it was Mick.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Mick can't rein Joey in, and weirdly, Joey just doesn't seem to respect Mick that much. I don't know.
Well, Mick's also not a good. I can't say he's not a good commentator because I don't think I've ever heard him do it, but I can't imagine he's good at that.
We know that Taz was fucking good. This is like
Taz had worked his way into it by this point for sure. He's good by now. He wasn't in like 02. But
not necessarily in 02. I think he's good, but obviously I'm a fucking massive backer of Cole and Taz as a team, and that is obviously a true schism in our belief system. Fucking wrestling commentary at minimum.
Absolutely. They get Terry free with wire cutters. The babyfaces get a big round of applause and fucking thank you chants. It's just awesome. I just love it. I love every fucking part of this. I thought you liked this match as much as I did, so.
Oh, I like this match a lot, but you love this match. Yeah. You'd give this like a full dick and balls.
Oh, this is 5 stars. Yeah, 5 stars plus.
I'll go full dick and balls, but I thought this is an excellent match.
It's like a top 5 WWE match of all time, if you want to call it a WWE match, which it is.
I just kind of want like slightly more overbooking bullshit, weirdly.
Yeah, I mean that's where more people coming in to hit him in the nuts.
Yeah,
which I think would be good. Sure.
Yeah, more people coming in to hit him in the nuts.
A Sandman run in with a full Inner Sandman entrance. Like, sure, yeah, I hear you. I'm with it. Most 5-star matches could also be improved somehow. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Po Buddy's nerfed. What can I say? So, 100 episodes. We went
100 episodes.
I don't know if this is going to reach 4 hours or not. The recording is over 4, but I don't know. We'll see. I wasn't sure if we could do it. I was aiming for 4 though.
I wanted 4.
I
felt like 4 is a good marker of the the fucking significance of the moment.
Yeah, the moment. Yeah, baby.
We're living for the moment. We're living a quarter mile at a time.
That's right. Yeah, quarter mile, baby. That's Dusty Rhodes if he was in Fast and the Furious. Fast and the Furious, baby. Too fast, too furious. Tokyo Drift. All right, it's late.
You promised me a 10-second car, and I did not see a second car.
Family, the earth were blood. What does he say? What did he say?
The Earps were blood.
What's the other family? The Kennedys were blood.
The Rhodes are blood. The Torettos
are blood. Yeah, that's it. All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. You can follow us.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Touching Blood on X app.
The Everything app.
The, Blue Sky. Wrestling is gross. There's, the TikTok has been banned again. I don't know why I keep getting banned from TikTok. Probably because Tony Khan. I'd have to assume because I keep using clips of CM Punk, and Tony Khan has a poo poo in his diaper.
Yeah.
So I'd have to assume it's that. If not,
Tony Khan needs to correct his bitchitude.
He needs someone to clean his poo poo out of his diaper. Also,
do any
hire
other
a
NFL
booker.
fail sons want to fucking own a wrestling promotion? Hit me up.
Hire a booker. Clean it up. The ratings are almost as bad. They're in the toilet where I guess you don't put a diaper in the toilet. But anyway, same
yeah, that's
thing.
A very inefficient way to use the toilet.
Yeah. Poo poo in his diaper. So I think it's wrestling.is.grows, GROS is the new one, but I've only made one video on there, so don't worry about that. We're on Instagram, Wrestling is Gross. Send us an email, wrestlingisgross@gmail.com. Rate us, subscribe on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and anywhere else.
Provide a comment and a review.
Wherever else you can do that, other apps and whatnot. And tell your fucking friends about 100 perfect episodes.
And I just want to remind everybody, touch a stranger's blood.
Touch a stranger's blood. You can't front heart. And keep telling people. Tell people about the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And, what do we always say?
Death to America.
Death to America. Now and forever. Now, then, forever. Death to America.
It seems like it's really ready to die.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. And so is this podcast. Thank you, folks, for listening. We'll be back in probably 5 days with the next episode. That's probably not going to work out, but we're going to go for it. We're going to try our best. So thank you for 100. Thank you for Hundo.
Thank you for Hondo.
Thank you, friend.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.